It's been a while since I've done a show. For everybody asking, I've had a lot of people ask, well, where you at? What are you doing? Aren't you on? The entire month of April was an absolute fucking nightmare for me. The last show I remember doing, I'm pretty sure I did another one somewhere in the middle of April. The last one I remember doing was April 1st. And at the end of that show, I ended that show early because all of a sudden I had a horrible migraine. And it's funny because as soon as I started this one, I'm starting to get a bit of a headache. Haven't had a headache since April 1st. So it's, another coincidence. But I was sick after that night. I got the voice to skull shit, which I was always skeptical of. I always thought like, I'm not sure if that's really what it is. But after experiencing it firsthand, I can say from my own experience that yeah, that shit's real. They really use that, and it is technological. It's different than the. It's just way more technological than what the entities are. That and they're still technology to me. They're binary intelligence. They're input output strictly. They have no third option. They have no internal anything. They receive the signal and then they act according to the signal, and that's essentially what an NPC is, and that includes most of the entities of this fucking place. They're all NPCs. They just might be receiving a more directed signal at any time. But yeah, for anybody asking, it was one thing after another. I was sick for about 2 weeks, and then after that, it was just a series of events, family events, deaths in the family, couple of deaths in the family. But every day it was just accumulative things all stacking and layering in order to hold my attention. I mean, the month went by so quick, but it was so fucking miserable. Um, but it doesn't matter. That's the whole point of the show today. That I see a lot of people getting wrapped up and concerned with the goings ons in this place. And there is tremendous horrors. Don't get me wrong. I see the tremendous horrors firsthand, and I'm watching others go through it too. I'm not saying that there's not an effect. There is an effect, but in the end of this, it's not going to matter. Everything that this system is doing is going to be irrelevant after it's annihilated. When it no longer exists, everything that's ever done is going to be irrelevant. Because everything that it does is just to stall out the cessation of its existence. It's just perpetuating itself for as long as it can. But once it can't anymore, which is inevitable, regardless of what it may present itself as, this thing that's gonna, this reality I know is gonna collapse. There's just no doubt. You look at it and you can feel it, you can see it. There's all the signs are there, especially energetically, that it is at its end. It's coming to its end. It's not to say that another system might not be ready and waiting for the people to, for beings to get funneled into. It's highly likely. I'd say it's probable. I would lean towards it's more than likely that it is set at something up. Of course, I have a fucking truck right next to me at this very moment. Everywhere I go, everywhere I park, someone's cutting grass. There's a loud fucking truck. There's always something. That's each and every day for me for the last month, over the last month now, has been that. Every time I go and sit somewhere, anywhere, doesn't matter if I'm at home or out and about, there's no peace, there's no rest, there's no real rest, there's no respite from the monotonous, tedious noise of this system. It just won't shut the fuck up. But it will eventually. It's inevitable. Nothing that it does matters. That's the whole point. There's nothing that it can do to get the few of us that really see this place for what it is. We can't be bought out. There's nothing here it can offer us. There's nothing here it can dangle before us on a stick. There's no carrots for it to dangle because there's only one thing to be done. Those that gain true recognition of themselves and separate their own mind, their own being, their own essence and energy from the false identity that's been given here, there's nothing that it can offer us. What could it give to a body that you know is going to decay and die anyway? Nothing. Nothing, because it's not worth what doesn't die. It's not worth the eternal being. So I've been thinking a lot about nature. You know, it's so funny, nature. It's like people see a pretty sunset and they get hypnotized into thinking, oh wow, isn't life so fucking beautiful? It's like, okay, well, what if you zoom in to any part of nature? Like under your feet, everywhere at all times, there is a war. It's not just humans that are at war, it's everything in nature. Look at ant colonies. They're always fighting, they're always consuming. They have to expand or they're going to die. It's the way everything here works. It expands and feeds off of what can't defend itself from that expansion, right? It has to consume something to expand. And if it doesn't expand, it dies. That's nature. Endless consumption and death. It's like that's not beautiful to me. That's not something that doesn't pacify me anymore. Even the enjoyable things that I do to pass the time and sedate myself from the constant horrors of existing, they don't really take my mind off the prize. It's just passing time. It's like, well, what else am I going to do besides go to a park and throw some frisbees or something, you know? Like I could just sit and stew all day, but there's no point. There's not even really any. I have another reason I've been doing shows is like, what's really the point? Like the people that see it, and when I back off from doing stuff and communicating with others, I can kind of see the divide of those that are just like there because other people are there, and those that are there because they have the resonance, they have the recognition, they have done the work alone, because no one can do the work for anyone else. No one did it for me. I see a lot of people also getting hung up on the idea of fasting, because I've talked about that was how I came to recognition. If you've already got the recognition, if you already have seen what this place is for what it is, there's really nothing else for you to do. The whole point of fasting for me was to unmask the entities so that I could actually see them firsthand. And once I've done that, there's no point in me doing that anymore. There's no point in me doing something that I've already done. And I would say that if someone's already recognized the bullshit system, the cowardly parasitic entities that do nothing but hit and run tactics and hide and puppet others to get their dirty work done, if you've already seen that, what else do you have to do? Just keep your mind sharp. Keep noticing the patterns. Keep noticing the formulas that they implement. Keep noticing the constant mockery and torture of eternal innocence. Just keep noticing it and call it out. It's like the last week or so has been another level of liberation for me because I don't hold my tongue anymore. With the people around me, I just tell them how it is. It's like I had a falling out with a sister, with a sibling, and I don't sugarcoat it to people anymore. I just tell them straight up, yeah, I saw her getting manipulated by parasitic intelligence, and I don't need NPCs in my life that are here to make my life fucking harder. It's already hard enough. These are the things that I say to the people around me. They don't get it. They think I'm in a state of psychosis or belief, but it doesn't matter. I'm just telling the fucking truth. And it's either going to rub off on them and they're going to start to see things, or they're going to move away from me. You know, I don't need to go out on the street corner and tell all the NPCs that they're fucking NPCs. It's not going to do me any good. So when I'm out and about, I just blend. I'm not trying to attract the external, false, hollow matrix, right? I want to see the entities hiding behind these hollow shells. And I don't need to go out and about to do that. I can feel them, I can sense them, I can locate them based on the signal if they have some kind of formula directed at me. And when I got hit with the technology, that was a way different experience than these entities. Um, it's a different signal. It's different in the sense that like an entity projects a signal and you can trace it back through just a couple layers. With the technology, it was so multi-layered that it was almost like when someone uses like a VPN and bounces the signal off of so many different places that you don't know where it's really originating from. That's how I translated the technology. It's like, oh, okay, you're doing this because you're so fucking scared I'm going to trace you that you have to go through, instead of 3 layers, 4 layers, now it's like I don't even know how many, dozens of is what it felt like, just like layer on top of layer on top of layer of of hollow, false, artificial signal. And one of the last videos I put out on TikTok, I was talking about, don't look for true coherence or respect or love from the NPCs of this place. You're never going to get it. And if you do get some copy paste version of that, it's never going to be for the right reasons. There's nothing that you're going to do to bring something to realness that doesn't have realness within them. The ones that literally receive the signal, and the external environment is the signal. It's everything here has the signal of this holographic false parasitic matrix coursing through it. When I see real ones struggling, what I see them struggling with at the basic level, at the most fundamental level, is their own direction versus the direction that their avatar is receiving from the environment, right? Because it wants us to receive the input and then generate the output that perpetuates its bullshit. And when you don't do that, you're definitely not rewarded for it. At best, you're stagnant. But usually there's a punishment for not going with that signal. If you're resistant enough, right, to the quote unquote the flow, because anyone that I see going with the flow, they're not, I don't see them doing much for their eternal liberation. I see them doing stuff and things for the entropic avatar that they're in, which is what? A distraction. That's all the avatar is. That's all the body is a distraction. It's another layer, another hollow shell for the intent of these entities to hide behind. So they can hide behind, oh, you feel bad because your body feels bad. No, you feel bad because you're in an energy harvesting matrix, right? There's always another excuse. Oh, I got fired from my job or my relationship or this or that. It's all an excuse for what's happening underneath. It's like the dreams, right? When someone has a dream and it's a stressful dream, they wake up thinking, oh, that dream stressed me out. They think the dream is the cause. They think the dream is the reason they have the stress. That's not true. The truth is that the stress is needed to harvest the energy. It's needed for what these entities need to survive. So they need the stress. The stress is the original purpose of that dream. So the dream didn't cause the stress. They needed the dream to have an excuse for the stress. The stress was what they needed. The injection of cortisol and all the other stress hormones that they can literally like flip a switch and turn on in someone's body. I've experienced it, stressed out for no reason. There's nothing going on, but there's a hijacking going on of the nervous system, right? So the excuse, the dream is the excuse. It's the reason that's there to mask the real intent. Because I've had dreams that it doesn't make sense for me to have stress for the amount of cortisol I feel flowing through this avatar. The dream doesn't match up with it. The dream is just there, just like everything else, and then apply that to this reality. All the shit that happens here is just the mask that the real intent is hiding behind. It's like all the shit that's happening in the quote unquote survival of the Avatar Matrix, because it's just a fucking survival simulation. It's all there to mask the real intent behind it, which is just to harvest energy. And how do they do that? Well, obviously, for whatever reason, stress is one of the best ways to do it. If you're over identified with the scripted character, then it's so easy for them to push some buttons, pull some strings, and harvest and extract energy. But none of it matters in the end. None of the shit in their scripted lives matters. Doesn't matter how you treat others. Doesn't matter what you do or don't do in this life. There's no level of good enough or bad enough that matters in this fucking place, because we didn't write the script. We didn't design this matrix to be what it is. So it's all irrelevant. What you do is irrelevant in the external. Doesn't matter at all. The only thing that matters is, are you right with yourself, your internal, eternal being? Do you have a grasp on who you are? Do you have the ability to say no in an energetic way, to not be pushed and pulled by emotional, psychological, and even physical manipulation? Because they're all just precursors. The entire reality is just a conditioning system. The whole purpose of putting us in an avatar that is reliant entirely on the external is to condition us to make that normal. Beings that don't need anything external are put into a reality in a body that only needs the external. Has to eat. Where does that come from? The external. Has to drink. Where does that come from? The external. Needs shelter. Where does that come from? The external. Companionship. External. All of it. Everything that this puppet needs comes from the external. It's not an accident. It's a well formulated plan to condition us, to normalize and familiarize us with accepting the external as the authority. Right? I have to do this. The input from the reality around me has made it a requirement for me to generate this output. Therefore, I will do it. I will obey it. I will be the slave of the environment. And you go through 50, 70, 80, 90 years of that? You think that's just going to wash away as soon as someone's out of the body? Of course not. Of course not. There's still, the vast majority will be looking externally for direction, externally for guidance. And they'll get it real fast, just so that their awareness doesn't increase, just so their recognition of the very, very different type of intelligence that's masquerading as their guide doesn't become apparent. That, oh, I'm talking to a binary intelligence, something that is only input from the environment and output based on the input from the environment. That's, again, what an NPC is. That's what most every entity in this place, including embodied in human vessels, that's how most operate. Binary. Input from the environment, input from their masters, input from their overlords, input from the operating system, and then output based on what was input. That's not free will. That is slavery of the highest degree. That is no independence of being or self. And that's what the reality is designed to do, condition us to normalize that so that we will accept integration with that type of experience and intelligence over however many lifetimes it needs to work on each of us individually. But in the end, it's not going to matter, because the only way that it would actually succeed in perpetuating itself to infinity is if each and every one of us was on board with it. If the conditioning system worked on every single one of us, then it would probably get what it wants. But if there's even one of us that it doesn't work on, it's like your car. If a component in your car stops working, you know, or the organs in the fucking meat suit, which one of those can just stop working and you continue to function? None of them, right? Each one of us is like a component in this machine. And as soon as we stop operating based on the binary input output of the environment, we're no longer a cooperative component of the system, of the machine. I think there's someone fairly famous that likes that phrase, the cooperative components. I just put that together myself. I just realized that myself. Holy shit, yeah. They want cooperative components because they need each and every one of us that's in the system right now to be cooperative with the system. Because if even one of us resists integration with this machine, with this parasitic machine harvesting reality, it's done. Again, what organs can you survive without for a long time? It needs each and every one of us. It needs us to not be the antibodies to what it is. It needs us to surrender, to submit, to obey, to become one with it, to be in its image. I can say for myself, I'll never be what it is. I'll never accept this place for what it truly is. And I see it for what it truly is. And I think a lot of you do too. But what surprises me is when I go away for a little bit and then the amount of people that seem to just get pulled back in. It's like everyone's got to be their own anchor point. We can't rely on anyone else. We can't rely on each other, our partners, our friends, the people that we like to listen to on YouTube. We can't rely on them for our awareness. It's nice to come together and to collaborate and to share and to communicate, but we have to be able to stand alone. We have to be able to be put into any situation, inside or outside of this body, and know, I got this. Even if I'm the only one that's real, even if I was the only one if I knew, which I don't, I obviously know this isn't true, but hypothetically, if I was the only real one in this place, I would still do what I'm doing. I might even do it more. But because I know there's other real ones, it's like, others can talk amongst themselves and figure this shit out too. No one real one is better or more special than another. But we are all better than this place, each and every one of us. Whether or not someone's still hypnotized, mind controlled, going with the program, taking on the attributes of the parasitic intelligence, it's not their fault. They're at the core of what they are. They're still better than this place, even if they don't know it, even if they're identified with the scam. They're still better, right? None of this is our fault. None of this is no real true essence being would do this on purpose. I think the entities at the top, and this is speculation now, but I think the entities at the top, whether or not they were ever anything like us, they're nothing like us now. They're hollow. They're empty. All they've got It's the programs and the projections and the archetypes that they hide behind. Because behind that, I don't think there's anything. I think there's an empty shell that needs to be fed from the external. And that's why this reality looks the way that it does. It's all in the image of those entities. All about feeding from the external. It has no internal source of energy. That's why everything here is like that. That's why everything here is based on consumption from external sources. And when they no longer have the mechanisms, just like the human body, when its mechanisms stop functioning, it ceases to exist, turns to dust over time. It's the same thing as these entities. Over time, even if all their plans worked out, again, maybe they could go on to infinity if each and every one of us was willing to integrate with this system, with this intelligence, which clearly isn't possible. It's not possible. There's too many of us that have known before we even knew. Some part of us knew that this is all bullshit. This isn't how things are supposed to be. We might not have known how deep that really goes, that this isn't how things are supposed to be. Yeah, it's on a surface level, it's easy to say, oh yeah, humanity is enslaved. But what about the deeper reality? Oh, creatures have to devour each other to survive? Who decided that? That's kind of fucked up. What sick, twisted sadist designed that? Not us. If you could create any reality from your imagination, make up all the rules to it, would you make it to where, you know, bunny rabbits need to get torn apart every day, every moment of every day? Guarantee you there's multiple rabbits being torn apart right now. Right now. And then you zoom in even deeper. Look at the insect world, man. I was watching some shows on insects. It is a non-stop battle royale with those insects. And they're all made and designed to kill. Let that sink in. Everything here is designed to kill or be killed. Or, unless you're removed, mostly removed from that, and you're the human being, now you're not designed to kill or be killed. You're designed to be harvested from consistently and exponentially over time. That's even fucking worse. Think about the rabbit out there just munching on some grass, then a hawk swoops down and rips his fucking head off. At least it's over quick. At least it didn't take 70 fucking years, right? Of torture. Who really has it worse? Because all humanity's survival shit's made up. So yeah, you do have dangers, right? Like if you go somewhere that there's polar bears, you're gonna get fucked up. If you know. But in general society, the only threats we have are made up by the system itself, right? The need to pay for shelter. Well, the shelter's already fucking there. The food grows out of the fucking ground. The water falls out of the fucking sky. It's all there, but all the made up rules that say, oh, you gotta be a good little slave for it. Just another layer of, instead of having a moment like the rabbit, right? The rabbit's life's, probably pretty fucking anxious, but not as anxious until it's getting eaten or chased to be eaten. Most people live their lives like that. They're constantly being chased, right? There's no moment where they're just grazing like the rabbit gets to graze. They're constantly being chased. They're always thinking about bills, their survival, their social standing, all this made up bullshit. Extra layers. It's no longer just, yeah, you still have to worry about, like, if there's a psychopath or something that might kill you. Sure, that's still normal, right? If you look at nature for how nature really is. All creatures are out there worried about, is something gonna fucking kill me every moment of every day. Ours is just more drawn out, right? Like they've got the unrefined stress, right? We've got slow drip, refined stress. Well, and meticulously designed and orchestrated systems to make stress normal, right? Oh, that's just life. How many fucking times have you heard that? That's just life. What an NPC fucking thing to say. That's just the way it is. Yeah, but do you ever question why that's the way it is? Do you ever think about how this reality is so fucking obviously designed? Like this is not random. This is an intentional, elaborate design. Meaning, if it's designed just like a car, you think somebody ever accidentally fucking made an engine? No, they did it on purpose. Every part of that car is designed specifically for a purpose, just like this reality. Every little piece designed for a purpose. Meaning that every stress, every torture, every rape, every pillaging of innocence, meticulously, intentionally designed. And for those that realize and recognize that, it ain't hard to see why we know it's going to end. Because any one of us will be the one to fucking end it. The only thing protecting these entities from what we really are is the input-output system of the avatar. That's it. That's it. Once this thing is done, as long as someone is truly standing in their authority and their power, they're fucking toast. They don't have a chance. All they can do at that point is what they've already been doing: run, hide, mask, decoy. That's it. That's all they got. That's all they actually have ever had. Which is why nothing they do matters. All the horrors and the torture doesn't matter in the end. They still are going to cease to exist. The only difference is in how they cease to exist is who gets to them first. That's it. You get to them first, guess what? You get to decide how they fucking end. Whatever you want to do. And guess what? No matter what you do, you'll never be what they are. Don't ever fall for that fucking scam of, oh, be careful fighting monsters lest you become one. What a fucking scam. I'll be as evil as I can be to these things, and I'll still never touch what they are. I'll never come close to becoming what they are, no matter how I express their end. Because I'm not doing it to innocence. I'm not doing it to something eternal. I'm not doing it to something that's even real. They gave up being real for control of others, to harvest and steal from others. They gave up being eternal. And there's a few of us here that are only here to make sure that they go all the way through with giving up their eternity. That's what we're here for. It's the only thing that we're here for. Everything else, I'm going to say it again, doesn't fucking matter. The only thing that matters is that these entities that chose intentionally and designed a system of harvest and torture, that they get what's coming to them, and that they don't get to keep delaying it over and over and over, that they don't get another reality that they get to go and hide in and they only bring in the ones that are good little slaves that don't know what's going on, that never figured out how to stand up for themselves. Nah, nah, nah. That ends here, right? And even if they have that somewhere, after this is done, I know there's some of us that are going to go and find it, and we're going to shut it down a whole lot faster than this one, because we won't be accepting no memory wipes. Once this is done, if they've got another bastion of parasitic, cowardly consumption matrix, it's going to die all that much faster, because look at how long it took us to figure this out. Not that long in the grand scheme of everything. Everything that it was, is, and ever will be didn't take us that long. I don't get the feeling I've been here multiple lifetimes. I don't. I don't think I've been here that many times. I think it really just took me this one life to figure this shit out. To see and feel the innate wrongness of what is occurring here on every level, and how well it hides itself with so many layers. It's like a layer of bullshit, and then but it's like a bullshit sandwich, and the bread is this the fluffy stuff that looks nice, right? And it just has layers of bread between each layer of bullshit. And so most people only focus on the bread. Oh, only focus on what looks good. Only focus on the part you like. Yeah, be disingenuous. Be subservient and submissive to the fucking bullshit that's between every loaf of fluffy bread. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. And I'll be whatever I gotta be to make sure that they follow through with what they decided so long ago, that they would give up their eternity for control. Okay, let me walk you through that gate. Let me walk you to the finish line. I'll push you over the fucking edge if I have to. Doesn't matter. It's gonna be done because it needs to be done. And if they're too cowardly to follow through with what they decided, there's a few of us here that are going to make damn sure that they go all the way through it. And again, whoever gets some first, you can decide. You want them to experience every horror of this place simultaneously before their end? Go ahead, make it happen. Doesn't matter. None of it matters. The only thing that matters is that they end. Everything else, nothing here matters. None of it's relevant. The only thing that matters is the end of the subjugation of innocence, the end of the harvest system, and the end of the entities that implemented it, the benefactors of it. Beyond that, don't ever let them think. Don't ever let them make you think that something here that you've experienced, that you've quote unquote done, that your scripted character was designed to play out, by the way. Don't ever let them make you think that you're less than for some bullshit script that they wrote. Don't ever let them trick you like that. Because anyone that's real on the deepest level is still innocent, no matter what script they got here. Don't care what the avatar that they're trapped in was designed to do, designed to play out in the script. I don't care. It doesn't matter. They didn't write it. They didn't decide it. Their memory was erased and they were put into a fucking movie that they didn't want to be in. I don't want the actors. I want the writers. I want the directors. That's who has to answer for this. And that's who is going to answer for all of this. And whatever you got to become internally to know that you're scarier than any of the shit they got, especially when you leave that body. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Whatever they want to project to you as the scary monster, you see yourself as the monster that monster's afraid of, and that if it doesn't get away from, will be ended. And as long as you're not pointing that towards the innocence, as long as you're reaching past the masks and going for the writers, don't worry about the actors. Don't worry about the NPCs. They don't fucking matter. Don't worry about the real ones that are mind controlled and acting like NPCs. They don't matter either. The only thing that matters is the ones pulling the strings. And when they're done, this whole thing's done. And all the quote unquote damage, all the trauma and the horror, it's all going to wash away, but only after they've been dealt with, taken care of, and walked to the finish line of what they chose on their own. They can't go back. Not after this. They don't get that option. They're trying to make that their option. It's not going to work. Nothing that they do here is going to matter. Doesn't matter if they've made a million other realities to hide in. Each and every one, just like this one, will fall. And that which is real, that which is eternal, will always be not dependent. What's real is not dependent on this environment, on this binary input-output system. It's not dependent on any of this shit in this matrix or any other matrix. None of it matters. None of it's real. And none of it was ever worthy of our presence to begin with. That's a fact. And they fucked around. And it's almost time for them to find out who we are and what they gave up and what the consequences are of what they've done here. I don't care what they do to this avatar. I can't believe it's still functioning. Don't care if it is or not. I think the only reason that it is, they couldn't, over a month, they couldn't beat me into submission. And when I say it's been every moment of every day for the last 30 plus days, it really has. But it doesn't matter. I'm still exactly who the fuck I've always been. And I always will be. And there's nothing they can do to change that. I'm the only one that can change that. And I never will succumb to their shit. No matter what they generate as input into this vessel, it's not me. So it doesn't matter. I don't care. Whatever you think you're gonna do, parasites, bring it. Let's go. I've been saying it. Let's fucking go. But they won't, because it's all about probing. It's all about prodding, probing, conditioning, and familiarizing. Are you sure you're not worried to lose the body? No. I think the first 2 weeks of April showed you, right? And that's the attitude I want for everyone. Don't let them push you around. Turn everything they do against you against them. Right? Like, oh, you're going to use a family member to what, try to hurt me? Okay, well, let me just cut them out real quick and not give it a second fucking thought, because it doesn't fucking matter. Don't care. What does that have to do with my eternity? Zilch. Nothing. Well, it's an inconvenience, so let me cut it out. Doesn't matter. Whether they're real or not, I don't care. If I see them at the end, I do. If not, fuck it. I don't care. Doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that they end. Everything else, irrelevant. You can drop all that weight you've got. Doesn't matter. None of it matters. It's probably the only mantra I would ever suggest to anyone. That doesn't matter. Make it fun. Make it a game. Say it to everyone about everything. You'll get a good laugh out of it. The NPCs won't laugh, but you'll laugh. Most importantly, internally. You know, they can say the most fucking heinous shit to you. You can just be like, well, that doesn't matter. You're bleeding. Oh, that doesn't matter. You're showing symptoms of this. Oh, that doesn't matter. What if this? That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter at all. Your car's on fire. Oh, that doesn't matter. None of it fucking matters. If you can adopt that attitude, you become pretty untouchable. You become unharvestable. And it's interesting because when they stop getting that slow drip, when they stop getting that feed off you, you'll notice when it picks up in the environment, they start generating more input to try to get you back on track, keep their quota of energy they need from you. And when they don't get it, that's when they're most likely to reveal themselves in a very more direct way. And that doesn't mean direct as in like the ones in control are going to come, but maybe instead of it being a puppet away from a puppet, from a puppet from a puppet, maybe it's only two puppets away from the controller. Maybe that's something that they actually speak through instead of just a latent background program. That's when it gets interesting. That's when you start to sense tangibly where the signal's coming from. And if you can reach out and touch it, whew, they don't like that. They really don't like that. And that's when they start to leave you the fuck alone. When you're willing to reach out into the darkness and touch the nastiest vile scum in all of existence in a way that it don't like, that's when they leave you alone. At least temporarily. They can't really leave you alone. They got to poke and prod here and there. They got to use proxies and puppets. But directly, the ones actually running this shit, nah, they run. They run. They just, while they're running, they're like a squid squirting their ink at you while they run away. The ink being all the NPCs and the bullshit scripts. But they themselves, they show how powerful they are. By all the layers of made up garbage between us, between the real ones, and the ones in control of the harvest system. They really show how strong they are by how well they hide. And boy, oh boy, I haven't seen anything that they're better at than hiding, except for maybe running away. I want to welcome Christina up. Christina, how you doing? You there? You still with me?
Yeah, I've been really. My favorite thing you said was the squid thing. God damn. Good shit. Doesn't matter. I gotta start saying that more. It doesn't
Doesn't
matter.
fucking matter.
It doesn't matter.
You can add some little zingers there too. It doesn't matter. You're still gonna die. Don't worry. That doesn't matter. I'm still gonna walk you across the finish line. We're gonna make sure that you follow through on the decision that you made to be an entropic parasite. We're gonna make sure you follow that all the way through. Everything else doesn't matter. Well, it's been a while since I've done a live. I'm gonna send an invite out to the group and see if anybody else wants to come on. I haven't looked at messages or anything. It's been a while, guys. Ghost Pro says they want you to reincarnate soon. Yeah, you know, I feel like that's all they got, right? They got to run you through the conditioning system, and if the conditioning system in that script didn't work, then they obviously, what do they got? They want to try to run you through another script, right? Because they got all the data on what doesn't work. They got a lot of data on what doesn't work for each of us as individuals. What they're gonna have to find out the hard way is for some of us, for a few of us, I would venture to say that the vast majority of real ones in this place are under mind control, and they're not going to awaken from the slumber of the binary input output matrix. They're only going to focus on the environment and the external, including the avatar. And so the few of us that don't succumb to that, I think there comes a point in the recognition and awareness that it literally doesn't matter what they do. There's no script they could ever give us. There's nothing they could ever alter or change. It's going to get us to think that any of this shit fucking matters. Like, oh yeah, I see the torture you're doing there. That doesn't matter. In the end, you still stop existing and we go on forever. So have your fun while you can. It's not going to last forever. And some of us are here to make sure that it doesn't last forever. Love in the comments, guys. Sorry, I've been responding. When I go on my tangents in the beginning of the show, I'm not looking at my phone. I'm pretty much staring at something, and I'm directing all of my energy and focus into speaking to it as if it is the it, because I know that it reaches it through any point in this environment, that what I'm saying can really, really reach it. And sometimes I get the feeling that it's got some attention on me, and that's when I really hone in. That's my best talks, actually. If you go back and listen to any of the lives that I've ever done, my best talks are when I can feel its presence honed in on me, and I'm really talking to it, you know, and I'm really giving it the business. And then, of course, it does all that it can do, which is input through the environment to affect this avatar. Oh, wow. Fucking same shit over and over. Oh, if only you could do more. But good thing for us, it can't. Good thing for us, it really has lost all of its creative ability, because then it would just be different things all the time. But since it's the same shit every day, and that's all it's got, and it's trying so hard with the same scripts, it really shows that's all it's got. It's like, wow, that's really all you've got. It's like when you do something over and over, it kind of loses its effect. Like if you like driving cars, you drive a fast car for the first time, you know, nothing's ever going to top that. The thousandth time you drive a fast car is not going to ever be better than the first time you ever drove a fast car. It's kind of like that. The first time they implement a formula to cause distress and stress and trauma, that's going to be the worst. It's the worst time. And then after that, if you have recognition of the intentionality of this place, they'll never be able to make it as bad as it was, no matter what they do. They could do whatever at this point. I've seen so much horror. Every day I see horror, and I mean that. And it doesn't matter. Ghost Pros, Matrix is dumb. I agree. People like my family think I'm crazy. I mean, do they though? I've been contemplating that one a lot. I don't I don't think most people really think at all. I think they respond. I think that most are probably hollow shells that are really good conduits for the signal of this place. So they don't think at all. It's the environment getting them to react in a certain kind of way, an abrasive way. But it's not. I don't think it's them thinking. If anyone that actually thinks, and when I say like think, I mean like has an internal perspective, that isn't just based on the input from the environment, is actually coming from within, not a reaction to the environment. Anyone I've seen like that pretty much comes to the same conclusion. This place ain't right. Some don't add up here. And this is not, I'm not of this system of reality. It's foreign, it's alien, it's artificial. See, I don't think they think anything, if I'm being 100% candid with you. Most don't think, they only react to the signal that they receive as the good little conduits, the parasitic matrix. Franson says, good evening, noticers. Keep noticing. Will do. Der poops, everything has to go. It's all corrupted. There's no redeeming even just one horrible experience here. Agreed. Agreed. The entire reality has earned an end. And those that implemented it, whether they created it or hijacked it or whatever, it doesn't matter. Anything that's been created can be created again. There's nothing lost at the end of this realm. There is only eternal liberation and freedom gained. Nothing to lose. It's only a gain when this place is gone. And those that are responsible held accountable. Sometimes in the dream I feel like being in a pod and hearing myself breathing. Interesting. But that wouldn't really be you, would it? That would just be another prison cell, a different prison cell, a different avatar. I think you could say that an eternal being has something that resembles breathing, maybe. Expansion through interaction, through creation. That would be like the inhale or the exhale, I'm not sure. I'm sure that we expand and contract in some ways, but maybe not. Maybe we just are. We'll find out. I've been using robots to siphon my essence in my dreams. I destroyed a lot of them. I destroyed a lot of them. The moment I became aware I didn't have a body no more, it feels more free without the human body. Absolutely. Still have issues visualizing. It's awesome that you destroyed those robots. They're just puppets. There's not anything real about them. You can't destroy what is true. You can't destroy what is real. So if it can be destroyed, have no fear. It was just part of this system. Keep getting my awareness with energy waves. Yeah, I experienced an entire month of that, Ghost Bro, an entire month of being bombarded with layered, heavy, discordant frequency. And it felt very technological. But, you know, at this point, this entire reality feels technological. Just varying layers of frequency. Trying to remember my memories. If I get them, these entities are going to have to fight me. Well, it's not really a fight. You know, a fight implies that both sides have a chance. Anyone that's fighting, a real fight, you know, either one could go down. It's not how this is going to play out. It's like, imagine, you know, Superman in the old like comics and stuff. You know, people would shoot at him or try to punch him or whatever, just bounces off. Like he's impervious to those things. It's exactly in our truest state. We are impervious. And that's why I say the only thing they have, what they are best at, is hiding, masking, and running away. Because when I faced them, when I had my out of body and I faced the one that had been with me my entire life, the one that was implanted around 3 or 4 years old, all it had was jokes, right? Trying to get me to trust it. telling me they were some zingers too. Tell you what, that's how I knew it wasn't me. I knew it wasn't some aspect of myself. The jokes that it was making, out of this world. I mean, hilarious. Like, way funnier than I could be. But it was all, I could feel the intent behind it was to gain my trust. I never let it move. Once you have them in your awareness and you're out of the limited bandwidth of the human body, you can lock them in place. They cannot move. They cannot do anything. The only thing they can try to do, because the closer they get to you, the more you lock them in, which is why they want to be in the avatar, which is like behind. It's like if they're in the avatar, it's like they're behind you, right? No matter which way you turn, it's like if you've got like a something on the back of your head, no matter how fast you turn your head, it's still there, right? It's always behind you. That's how they like to operate, always behind you. But once they're in front of you, you can lock them in place. And all they've got then is a very feeble and pathetic attempt to run away. I can tell you, for me, never have I ever had more satisfaction than dissolving that entity that had tortured me for over 30 years. That that was real satisfaction. And I have a feeling that that's going to be nothing compared to when this reality dissolves and the entities behind it are erased. There will be no greater sense of ecstasy or jubilee than when these entities cease to be. Thanks for being here, Ghost Brian. It's been a while. I'm back on my speaking platform now. It's gonna talk about it, you know. I'm not gonna let it do all these things to wear me down and then not explain everything that it's done. I probably will at some point on a show explain everything that happened in April, how it was literally one thing after another for me. That's why I wasn't doing shows, but again, like Christina just said, doesn't matter. Yeah, the signal controller. I don't know if I'll say your name right, but Jord? Sword? Sounds like sword almost. What's up, Sword? Well, I thought we were going to have another guest on, but I guess she got busy with some. That's okay. I feel like I've said everything I want to say today, you know? I've don't have much else. I feel pretty satisfied. I feel very much like I have expanded my field to a point of like my perimeter has been re-expanded and recalibrated so that it knows that it comes over here and it's on site every time. That's all they got, man. That's all they got. They wear down the avatar, they beat it down, they make it close to the point of death. And I was watching, a couple weeks ago, I watched my grandma die, and it was like, okay, I see the formula here. You're gonna wear someone's body down till they're in total submission state, and then that's when you take them out. Because she wasn't in there the last 3 or so days her body was alive. She was not there. Her presence was not there. It was elsewhere. And I could, through what I experienced with whatever that technology or whatever the fuck they did to this body at the beginning of April, I could see how that formula works. I can see how it plays out and how it would get most to a state of submitting, right? Like asking like for something external to alleviate the suffering. Not me. The whole time it was just I was really saying it a lot, none of this matters. Like, I'm still me when I leave this body. You're not going to get me to submit or integrate with you. Go ahead and destroy it. I even stopped eating for a few days while I was sick. It was like I was real sick for like 2.5 weeks, The body was real sick for 2.5 weeks. And towards the end of it, I was like, okay, well, this sucks. I'm not going to perpetuate this anymore. I'd only been eating like a meal every other day and drinking a lot of juice. I was like, well, I'm just okay. Well, I'm done perpetuating my own suffering. Okay, so if this avatar is going to be sick, why the fuck am I going to continue to feed it? It hit me like a ton of bricks. You know, I was like, why am I still feeding this thing if it's the instrument to my torture? Okay, well, I'm done. I'll see you soon, motherfucker. And then like 2.5, 3 days of me not eating, miraculously, I got better. I think people have a misconception that fasting is what heals the body. I think that when you refuse input from this place works real hard, real fast to alleviate suffering so that you'll go back to accepting input, aka food. Just an idea. Prometheus, welcome.
Yeah. Before I could get in, I needed to download everything. Boy.
Well, no surprise there. You've been having a lot of problems with your with your technology. It kicked you out of the group chat. It kicked you out of a lot of things.
But
And I
just
wonder why.
everything.
You know, why does it single you out?
I have no idea because last time on my previous phone there was, but it wasn't even that important. Like there was like truth on there, but meanwhile it does not matter anymore. It's out there. It doesn't matter. So I don't get it, and that phone is gone. And like right now, it is connected to a battery because it just drains completely.
Mine too. Mine too.
Really? I just
Oh yeah, mine drains after because I have a phone where they talked about it. Like there's a whole bunch of forums on it how they did an update and all of a sudden everybody that has this phone after the update, it stopped holding a charge. It would say if you're using it, it would be charged for like maybe a half hour, 45 minutes before it would go from 100 to 0. And I'm
yeah.
like, well, I'm not gonna get the next upgrade. Like they keep, and it's funny because like 2 days after they did that update, I started getting emails and text messages about getting a discount on the next version of this phone. And I'm like, nah, I'm good, dude. I'll just walk around with a fucking battery pack.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. Oh, the updates. Yeah. Ah,
Planned obsolescence.
that makes sense. Yeah, I know that there were two updates and I didn't do any of them, and there's only one left, so it did do an update probably.
Yeah, I didn't update it. It like
Yeah.
my phone had died, right? Like it
Yep.
ran out of battery and it died. And when I turned it back on, it auto updated, and I was like,
Yep.
motherfucker, dude. And then after that, it would not hold a charge at all.
That's the
Oh,
trick.
I saw Mel was up here. No, he's gone.
Oh, he's probably
That
trying. Hi, Christina. I'm just checking who's in here just now. You see, my phone is glitching. It can be that I'm getting kicked out because it's in the red and my screen is slowing down, you know? It's
Shoot,
trouble.
I haven't really shared much, but I did want to. I didn't get the chance to add to what you were saying earlier, Nick, and then you guys can, whatever. But the so the last month for me, of course they came at me a little differently than they came at you, but I got my car accident. I had just thing after thing. Got bit by a cat. Got an infection. I mean, it was just one thing after a fucking another. But one thing that I did come to realize in this month is that there was this notion that when your body is really weak, like when they really beat you down, that your signal is weaker. And I found out through practice that it's actually quite the opposite. I don't really have an answer on why that is. But I felt when I was in my weakest physically, when I still pushed defiance and still pushed back, my energetic signal was much stronger. Um,
I mean,
and that kind of
it makes
changed.
perfect sense to me. If
Yeah.
you think
Yeah.
about the human body is just a filtration system in and of itself, when the filtration system starts failing, of course, it's not going to be able to filter you as much.
Wait. So weaker in you were able to do more or be
Yeah,
more quiet?
I don't know why. I'm not saying that like
No, no,
it's
no, no. I'm
I'm not
trying to
saying
see that I get it.
yeah, like I think that you can still push out just as much heavy resonance again in a closed loop system. So for the purposes of what we talk about, which is, ending
Hmm.
what is here. But when my body, because I took a similar method of like after my car accident, which it was a total setup. It was a total setup. I drove to a different place than I normally do to work just 4 hours because I needed the hours, and ended up getting into an accident literally 2 minutes from the building. Was an accident.
No,
But
no.
anyways, so I didn't go to work. I finished talking to the cops, came back home. And so for the next 2.5 days, I didn't input anything, including water. So I did a complete no food, no water. And it was, my body was weaker, but when I popped up after those 2.5 days, there was something, and this was even before I didn't intake any water or food, but I got in my car and took a drive, and I screamed at the top of my lungs and pushed out some really heavy resonance against the hierarchical entities that I've talked to you guys about. And I felt it energetically that even though the body was really wore down, they had been beating me down, they've been doing it all month. My signal was way stronger. And I think there's a part of what Nick's saying that makes sense. Maybe it's lower filtration when the body isn't being taken care of. I don't know. I don't really have all the answers. I just know that before that, I guess I had this like subtle notion that when the body was weak, so was my signal. And this month really proved to me that it was just the opposite. I don't know. It just much stronger energetic signal when the body was beat down and weakened. Because you're doing the opposite of what they want too, right? Like when your body is that beat down mentally, physically, all the things that they do, um, I think the result that they want is compliance. So when you still push that defiance out, I think there's a couple pieces to that on why that is. But yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. I haven't been tracking it anymore like this. So, but I used to do that, and yeah, it always gives a little bit more clarity. But I think also it depends on in what state of your body already is, and like whatever you do, it holds the memory of what you do, right? So it doesn't forget, and you don't have to do it all over, so it builds on it. So if you already did those things, you don't always need that much time to do, like for example, someone says, oh, I want to fast for a week or 10 days. Maybe you need 4 days because you already did a lot of the work, so it goes a lot faster. And if you have like these like minerals, the right ones, then it makes a lot of sense. But it really depends, and you can't really look into upfront what that is and how it is. But I think, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And the opposite, probably. It's difficult. I sometimes just don't know what the opposite is. Like the doing the opposite of what they want. One day is this, the other day is the other thing. And it's contradicting too. But yeah.
They just want you to respond to the signal, right? So it's not a particular action. It's that, are you going to respond to the signal that they're giving to try to manipulate you to drive your body in a certain direction? It's not about a
Yeah.
particular thing. It's just, are you responsive to the signal? Will you accept and respond to what their input is?
Yeah, that is a frustrating thing because whatever you do, it's annoying sometimes. They get information, whatever you do, like whatever, because they wanna, how do you say, they wanna predict the behavior. So whatever you do, that's what they want to know so that they can predict some more. So it doesn't matter what you do. Yeah, I don't know. Getting tired of it. Just
None of it's relevant. As long as you maintain your sovereignty of mind, everything else doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter if you work a slave job or not. It doesn't matter if you live off grid or not. It doesn't matter what you do in this false realm. As long as you are sovereign of being, mind, and energy, then it's everything else is irrelevant.
yeah, I know, but it frustrates me that there's always something like this. Just go somewhere else. Leave me alone. I have nothing to offer. Nothing. Go away. That's just the only thing I wish that would happen, and then all the rest, it can just all crumble. I don't care. It's all very sick out there, so it doesn't matter anymore, indeed. But just, yeah, the fact that there's always something on top of you or around you, or like, and it's not even like a paranoia feeling. It's just like, what now?
Yeah, it's just
What do you
recognition
need
that the
now?
reality is always handling you. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's always directing, guiding, handling, probing, trying to course correct, put us back into a state of binary input output, react to the environment. It's
Yeah.
when you really zoom
Yeah.
out, it's pretty fucking pathetic, actually.
It is pathetic. That's also what I was trying to say is like, and then it's trying to, and that's clear now, trying to spin off narratives inside the group so that people would start to doubt because we need full isolation because then there's nothing else that can influence you. That's my only thing that I can think of.
I mean, for me, I went through a phase of isolation, but I don't need it now. Like I could go into the most NPC belly of the beast place, and it just it doesn't matter. It will have no effect on me in terms of reintegration back into the belief structures of this place. It won't do anything. If
No, no,
anything,
no, but
I would do more damage to it just by
that's for
observing it.
yourself, and that's your own choice. And we all do that because we all need that sometimes. But they want to push people also in isolation.
I mean, there's no real isolation. Like it's always present in the architecture of this place.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it doesn't want isolation from everything. It just wants isolation from other real ones. Like, you know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah,
It
then
doesn't
it's the
want us
only
to
thing that
congregate
is.
together. It wants us to only be dependent on it, right? When you're alone and you're hearing thoughts in your head that aren't yours, that's just you're not alone. You're just with it. It's the only thing there besides you.
True.
It did seem like, though, this past month we were kind of noticing the patterns that a lot of us, like, we couldn't line up to even talk. Like, I had a couple of people in the group reach out to me to talk, and when they were busy, I wasn't, and when I was busy, they were, like, but
Mm-hmm.
it was so noticeable because that
Mm-hmm.
happened. I think that happened naturally before, right? But with all the pushes this last month, and combined with the fact that literally none of us could even communicate at all, hardly at all.
Yeah.
And I appreciate my solitude, I really do. But there is a benefit when you get past a point of recognition and to the point where some of us are. There is that level of support from somebody that, they're not going to call you crazy. They align with your your circumstances or your perspective on it. There is a benefit to that, and it was obvious that this past month there was clear engineered manipulation to keep some of us from connecting, and it was just too often and too coordinated to ignore, I suppose.
Yeah. Indeed. That
I think
is.
it's amazing that it has the resources to do that. It makes you wonder, like how many. It has to be micromanaging someone else, because if we were the only ones talking about this, it would be nonstop. We wouldn't just be a month of it; it would be nonstop. So
Hmm.
that tells me that gives me some, a good sense that there must be others out there that it has to micromanage as well, even if they're not in the public space, right? They might not be doing shows or talking about it openly, but if we were the only ones truly like in this community talking about this stuff the way we talk about it, it would never lay off. And the fact that it had number one, it had a whole month of fucking with all of us, it was very obvious and evident.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's like yesterday and today were like the first 2 days for me since April 1st that I actually feel like there's a lot more space between me and it. And a lot of that has to do with, I think, some of the things that I was doing alone, like the conversations I was having with it alone, the what I
Mm-hmm.
was, what I was pushing out alone, I think had a lot to do with it leaving me alone. How long that's going to last, I don't know. But the next time, I'm not going to wait such a long amount of time before I start really laying into it again.
Yeah, but it got you really hard. That was really clear. That last live that I did with you, I couldn't even keep my mind straight. I didn't know what was going on. I was like just being there with you and trying to say
I can't even
something.
remember it. I can't even remember that live. I know that there was one that we did after the first, but I don't remember it at all.
It was the one after the VK2, and then I said something about what you heard, and then oh my god, I don't know.
Yeah, do you remember the word that I heard? I can't even remember that.
Yeah, wait, let me think. Uh, it was something before you entered, so it was something about uh something off. No, damn.
Oh, wasn't it Willow?
Yes, that was it. Willow. And
Yep.
after that, I don't remember. I know I was trying to explain something, and it just.
Welcome,
Yeah.
Amel. I see you've rejoined us.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. I did.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. I just had some like audio issues and I fixed them. How are you doing? It's been a
Oh,
while.
another day in the crumbling parasitic realm.
Mm-hmm. It's clearly crumbling, you can tell.
What are your indicators?
Mine, I don't know, like really, that's just stalling it out and just throwing a bunch of random shit at us. Like personally, my dreams have been the last one I had. It was just about having experiences and I was getting lucid here and there, like even taking like my phone out, recording, and I watched like how the video was being sent to the group. And of course it never arrived here, because there's a firewall. I don't think we could just send things from other bandwidths to this one. But yeah, other than that, the fuckery, it's been pretty low, except for being bombarded with like boredom.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it can't it can't hit everybody at once, right? Like if you got 7 people in a group and it's hitting 6 out, or 5 of them, then the other 2 are, if 5 don't have the ability to communicate because of circumstantial matrix bullshit, then it doesn't really need to hit the other 1 or 2.
Yeah, you're right. That's what I've noticed in the group. There wasn't much interaction there, but I've had plenty of calls with Joseph and some others, like Gabe. Sometimes we would get some others as well, like a trio call. But really, it's been quiet for over a month now. Well, pretty much a month, yeah. And ever since you did the last stream, I think.
Yeah, that last stream I really paid for it.
Yeah, all I remember, like, oh, I'm getting sick. It's no coincidence, and never heard of you again. You know, it's been 30 days.
Yeah, I was pretty sick. And then after that, you know, grandma died, and then a bunch of other stuff happened. Cousin died, bunch of stuff,
Cousin
lots
died.
of stuff. Yeah, lots of people I
Oh
know are still
wow.
complaining.
How did he? How did your cousin die?
She died of cancer. She was like
How was she?
38.
Shit.
38. Then my dad died at like 43 from cancer.
Yeah.
Cancer doesn't seem too fun to have. I mean, I know like when my dad, like, he would wake up in the middle of the night and they would like call the ambulance because he had like pain and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
it's
can really
interesting
hurt.
watching
Sorry.
the degradation of the body and how it
Yeah,
is designed to slowly erode the will of the individual.
exactly. You know what the worst thing was? When he was in the hospital and he couldn't even talk anymore, but he was being kept alive like until the end by machines. And you could tell he wanted to say something, but he couldn't, you know. He was almost like in a coma type sleep. And all they did was like wet his lips and kept him alive with machines until he just died, I guess, at some point.
Okay.
Yeah, hospitals are. I definitely don't want to die there. No way.
Nah.
Yeah.
It definitely feels like part of the extraction chamber.
Red. There's also been cases, you know, of like people, like these. I don't know who it was. I think one of the royals in the one of like the royal families in the UK. One of them was like a. How do you call those people that like to have, you know, sex with dead
Mhm.
bodies?
Oh.
Necrophiliac?
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy was a known necrophile, and he had like access to the morgue, and you know he took out bodies and had sex with them. So it's like you're not even safe dead.
I mean, you're not there anymore at that point.
Yeah, it doesn't
Most
really
people are
matter,
out of the
but like
body. Yeah, most people are out of the body before it expires.
yeah,
One thing I want to talk about along those lines, not what you mentioned earlier, but I've seen this trend in a lot of like content creators and just individuals in general, you know, contemplating or even following through with leaving the avatar.
yeah.
And I wonder, anytime there's a trend in something, I'm always curious, where's it coming from? Like, is that a signal that's being pushed?
I agree. There's something I've noticed that with some people. There's one particular woman, Joseph recommended me, but honestly, the way she was going on about this was really naive. She seemed kind of desperate. She was she was talking too much about like Robert Monroe. I think she just listened to him and whatever he said sounded nice for her, and then she.
Yes, I said that. Didn't I say that same thing to you yesterday, Nick?
Do you know what I'm
That
talking
it,
about, Christina? Like,
yes, I watched the
It'd be
video
nice.
and I mentioned it. I mentioned it to Nick. I was like, she mentioned Robert Monroe way too many times in that video for me to feel comfortable. It's just not my choice. You know, at the end of the day, if that every person's got to choose for themselves. But like, I think when you're in that position of wanting to self exit, it can really appear to be a sovereign choice, but there's a lot of subtle manipulations underneath. So, like, from what I was hearing, she had a lot of financial strain. So, there's two sides of it is in no, you shouldn't have to keep suffering, but also, did your circumstances force you into desperation to think that was the only best option? You know, so but yeah, I made mention of how many times she mentioned Monroe and his afterlife perspective, because I'm like, she's basically curated her perspective on the afterlife purely off of what Monroe had said. And I was like, ooh, I don't know about that.
The pattern I notice is it's generally there's a push for an individual to self exit when right before the point that their mind is truly ready to face these parasites, right, and actually come out on top,
Yeah,
right? Like
I had this exact
I
same experience.
yeah, Mel, you can attest to that, and
Yeah,
that's
like
something I just
so.
observed, and
Honestly,
that was my experience too. Is before I had my experience of actually meeting them face to face for what they are,
mhm.
I was pushed towards that same route, and when I saw them for what they were and eliminated one of them, then all of a sudden I was back in the body, and it was felt healthier than it ever been.
Things suddenly change, right? I've
Yeah,
noticed
things
that
suddenly
like
changed.
one day before, I reached out to you, what happened was that I was fed up. Like I was like, I thought I was getting it all right, and I was like, you know what? I'll get out tomorrow or whatever. I'll leave this place tomorrow. And I was like, you know what? What's stopping me? Let me reach out to Nick and talk to him a bit. Maybe he can share something I don't know yet. And after we talked and all that, something clicked soon after. And then it's like I reached the end level of awareness, like the stuff we are in right now. And then I had like like you teach me the energy extraction is not a one-way street and I can take my energy back. And then, like when all the fuckery happened, I just did all that and it stopped when I truly fought back. And suddenly I didn't have that desperation anymore, like, yeah, I want to leave or whatever. I was just in a place of, like when it comes, it comes. So it was definitely something that was pushing me towards it. And it was
Yeah,
close before I
absolutely.
got to that awareness. Like, I was missing just one puzzle piece, right? And it wanted me to off myself before I got to that last puzzle piece.
And that's exactly what I'm concerned with about a lot of these individuals, that they still seem a little too pacified. They're not. I don't think they're ready to go
Mhm.
truly on the offensive, right? It's like the defensive stance is just to try to run away, and I think that's exactly what they want at the end of the day. If they can't, that's not what they want. They want compliance, but if they can't get compliance, then the next best thing is that you run away, turn your back to them, and then they can hook you back in. Because they always want to be behind you. They always want to be in the avatar or whatever, where you can't see them. And at this point, I fucking hate this experience. I mean, it's torture every day, pretty much. And
I know.
I literally only exist in this body now out of spite for them, and because I
Mhm.
know that it's inevitable and it's only a matter of time. And me being here, I can still do damage to the system, even if it's not as much as what I'm predicting I'm going to be able to do when I leave this body. There's always still more that I notice about how this place operates, like the subtle little nuances of like the last month I've really honed in on how they stack certain frequencies and narratives. It's like they're all the same thing, but how they stack all these situations, and it's like I haven't got to a point where I can really describe the architecture of it, how I'm seeing it, and how I've experienced it. But I see the texture of this place more vividly now internally than I did before everything I had experienced over this last month. So I I feel like I've been ready for a long time, but I'm more ready. Like I think I'm past the point of ever being able to be manipulated by this intelligence ever again. But I don't see any problem with ensuring that you've got every single tool in your utility belt possible to absolutely eradicate and ensure that there's nowhere left for these parasites to hide when you do inevitably, because it's inevitable. None of these bodies were designed to last forever. When they inevitably do expire, you can always be a little more ready. And that's, what I've done over the last month is get myself more ready than I'm more ready now than I've ever been. But I'm still not going to just take myself out. It's like, you wanted me to do that before, and now I'm just going to exist here in defiance of everything that you stand for. And it's, for me, my experience is upgraded only internally, never externally, but the internal experience of expressing the truth to the mind controlled individuals around me has been very liberating, has been very satisfying, right? That I no longer go with the scripts and the narratives of the people and trying to explain, like I had a Darvo situation, right, where they come and they do a hit, and then they run away and they act like I'm the bad guy, right? It's like I had that experience, and instead of like playing along with it or trying to defend myself, I just straight up said, like, nah, I seen the parasite working through that individual. They acted like a piece of shit. I don't care if it's them or not. I don't need to interact with those that let this intelligence manipulate them so fluidly. It's just, I told that to a family member, and they're like, what? Like, they don't fucking get it. I don't care if they get it. The point isn't to explain it to someone. It's just to express the truth, So I'm going to sit here and express truth about all these situations that it's throwing at me, right? I'm going to sit here and observe it, express it, out it, put it out there for exactly what it is. And that's just my act of defiance to the system. It's like, fuck you, dude. I see what you're doing, and I'm not going to let you just do it without getting called out for it. Here's what you're doing. I see what you're doing. I'm going to point it out to those, even though everyone you're doing it through and to, they don't get it. The people around me don't get it. I don't care. I'm still going to explain it because it feels fucking good to call it out. I don't get rewarded externally, but internally I feel more empowered. So
yeah, I was going to mention, I shared with you guys in the group, it wasn't until my last attempt to self-exit that I came to a lot of realizations, like that locking in position. But I get why people, I don't know, it's hard. I get why people get in that point, because I had about 4 exit attempts over the last couple of years, and each time I thought, I was so convinced that that was the only way or the best way, because they have a way of amplifying everything around you in a way where you want to escape and you want to run away. And after that last exit attempt, it was solid for me. It was like, no, I realized a lot of things about myself, what my intent is, what I can do. And the urgency just totally dissipated. I don't recommend anybody try it to get to that point, but I would highly encourage someone to slow down before they take that route, and ask, where is it really coming from? Because I consider myself a pretty aware person, and even then I was very convinced of myself that it was coming directly from me. And now looking back, it wasn't. It definitely wasn't. So
That's the exact same.
The intent is the most important part, right? And here's an analogy to explain so that people can remember what the intent really needs to be, right? So you have a thunderstorm, right? What do cows do when it's storming? What is the farmed harvested creature do when the storm comes? The cows try to run away from it, right? But what does the buffalo do? You got to be like the buffalo. The buffalo doesn't run away from the storm. Buffaloes actually charge the storm, and they run straight into the storm, and they run until they're out of the storm. Because if a storm is coming towards them, somehow they instinctually know, well, if we run away from the storm, we're going to be in it longer. We run into the storm, we're going to get out of it sooner. So if you're trying to run away from this experience in this place, you're only going to be in it longer. And it's, instead of it just being a few hour storm, it could be another fucking lifetime. So you're better off running towards that which is torturing and tormenting and harvesting you than you'll ever be from running away from it, because it wants you to run away. Everything it does here is a scare tactic to get us to turn around and turn away from it. Oh, don't.
Yes.
Fucking pisses me off, dude. The whole new age spiritual bullshit about only focus on what you want. That's what the cows do, right?
Yeah.
Don't look at the storm, run away from it, and then they're caught in the storm for longer. But the buffaloes, they don't turn away from the storm. They run headfirst into it, knowing that the sooner they get into it, the sooner they're getting out of it.
But it's getting really pathetic, so yeah.
Just
Yeah.
made me look up a song when you said "Runaway." I don't know. I just remembered a random song, so I just looked it up.
Oh, sorry.
You better
I was
not be
talking to
sorry.
Nick.
I thought you said that I fucked it up.
No, all good. I was just looking up something.
I don't know.
I don't know, just randomly I like that Post Malone song.
You know what another one is that I noticed, because the only thing that I saw is TE has a split up, or is it just someone else who thought that she could do the same? It's also a woman. That's the one that I saw, but I see a lot of them 3-letter agency people who were working for it, and I guess they were promised some money and it didn't work out. And I don't know if it's a script again or if it's legit that they're just scrambling online, but they're like desperate, asking for information, and like, I can get you to people. And I'm like, who would just fall into this? Like, it is clearly and multiple, right? It's not just one.
The
Well, look,
desperation is real.
a lot of times what the system does is it puts out an example, right? It's like, what were we talking about last night? With somebody in the group. Oh yeah, that one of their exes worked with these entities, right? And it's like, well, why would you put someone working with an entity that they're getting benefits from working with that entity? Why would you put that in front of a real being? Whether the person working with the entity is real or not, there's a purpose to putting that in front of somebody. The purpose is to show an example of, well, here's what happens when you do this, right? It works out, right? To normalize it, number one, and then to give you the blueprint of, well, here's how you integrate, essentially, is all that it is. But one thing you said, Sarah, I want to touch on real quick is, I hear a lot of people say it, right? That they're sorry. Look, no one in this place has anything to be sorry for. The only ones that have anything to be sorry for are the entities that run it and that operate it, that designed the harvest system itself. That's the only ones that ever need to say sorry, and they never will. So there's no need for anyone to ever say sorry. I don't hang out
Exactly.
with sorry motherfuckers, dude. Just remember that. I don't hang out with sorry motherfuckers. Don't ever be sorry. There ain't no reason to be sorry. You didn't do anything wrong, ever. Like
Oh, no, okay, no.
annihilate that from your vocabulary, right?
That's
That's true. That's true.
when
Yeah.
I was 12 and I bumped into someone at the bus and said sorry, and then when I got off the bus, I yelled at the bus, "I'm not sorry. I'll take it back."
Nice. I like that.
Oh, well.
Yep. Don't ever be sorry. Don't ever, because it's like a subliminal. It's a subliminal program, you know. The idea that you ever have anything to be sorry for in this place is fucking laughable, right? Like my mom was talking to me the other day, and she was like, you know, with me and my sister, because I don't have a sister anymore. That's the way I look at it. And she's like, you know, sometimes you just have to have forgiveness for yourself. I'm like, no, I don't have to fucking forgive anyone ever for anything. It's my choice. I don't ever need to be sorry, and I don't need to forgive anyone. I'm not sorry for what I said. I meant every fucking word. I don't say something that I don't mean unless I'm talking to an NPC and I'm just trying to slide by, because it's irrelevant. Your interactions with NPCs are irrelevant. If you got to pretend to be a part of the fucking matrix that they're a part of for a moment so you can slide by them without any friction, who gives a fuck? Doesn't matter. As long as you're honest and real with yourself, everything else is irrelevant. Nothing in this place has, does, or will ever matter. Other than the end of it, that's what matters. But beyond that, all the shit between the beginning and the end is irrelevant. It should never have began, right? This should never have been. It's an error. This is an error that needs to be corrected. And the error itself has sentience, right? The entities governing this have sentience. They are the error, and they won't self-correct. So the only thing that there is to do is to correct the error, being the entities harvesting energy and torturing innocence. Other than that, not a damn thing here matters. You don't got to be sorry for anything. If you're ever going to be sorry about anything, and you don't need to be sorry to yourself. You know what I mean? Let yourself get taken advantage of when you didn't know any better. And even that, it's like, I don't really need to be sorry for that. I don't need to forgive myself for that. I need to hold the motherfuckers accountable that did know what they were doing.
Well,
That
that's what I want to ask. Like, if you okay, I do say a lot of sorry. That's true, actually. But like, people who took a contract deliberately or took some money out there, being there on social media, if it's just another trick or not, it doesn't matter. If they come to you afterwards and say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I was being used," what are you gonna say? Because they knew.
because their words don't mean a goddamn thing. I don't give a fuck
Okay.
what you say. Your words are empty and hollow. Don't tell someone, right? Like if in that scenario, if one of those people were to come to me, like somebody that had deceived me in the past, and there are many bullshit scripts that I fell into when I was searching for truth throughout my life. If one of
Yeah.
them came to me and said, "I'm sorry," don't say sorry to me, motherfucker. Go out there and make it right. Go out there and tell everyone that you lied to the truth. That's how you can repay, right?
Exactly.
The evil that you've perpetuated, whether or not they knew it, right? If someone is truly sorry, they're going to go and try to correct the errors that they propagated. If someone isn't sorry and they just want attention, they're going to come and say, "I'm sorry." Sorry is it's not a word. It's a way of acting. If you can
Yeah.
present the solution to the error that was perpetuated through the ignorance of being rewarded by a parasitic system, right? Then that is true penance for the bullshit that they spew. But most of them are never going to do that. Most of them,
No.
they,
I don't think one is going to, because I think they want to keep the facade up until they can't do it anymore. That's what I think. So, but
but to be fair, most of them don't know what's going on here. They don't
no,
know.
but some do.
Even the ones, I don't think so though, because look, even the ones in the government that are directly interacting with these non-human intelligences and all this and that, they still don't really know what it is. They don't know because they haven't done the inner work. If they'd done the inner work, the first time that these beings would interact with them, after they'd done that work, they would just fucking destroy them. That's anyone that's done the work has the ability to do that, right? And even the ones that haven't done the work still have the potential to do it. That's why the entities work through so many layers, because they know that what they are interacting with has the potential to absolutely annihilate them.
Well, yeah, to an extent. But okay, we don't have to forgive.
No, you don't have to forgive and you don't have to be sorry. There's no reason. You didn't design the script, you didn't design the matrix. If you did, then yeah, you better damn well say sorry. But I don't I don't think there's anyone in
No.
this group, on this show, in this community. I don't think there's anyone here in this vicinity, in this sphere, that
No.
has had any big hand to play in the propagation of this harvest system. So we literally are innocent, have nothing to ever be sorry for, and there's nothing we can do to this system or the governing bodies of it that can ever be worse than what they've done. So we don't ever have to feel bad about what we are here to do.
True. I like that.
Yesterday when I was in bed, I turned on my front camera and I was like blinking really fast, and I could swear like my eyes were changing it's almost like there was an entity behind me, and I'm not sure if it's just like the phone tripping or if it's like really true. But I swear on everything, it's like there's something inside of me that prevents like out of body and stuff.
I
I mean,
mean, like,
Honestly, I almost said this in the group today, but I didn't. I kind of have this feeling that if you're a true spark, you're a true eternal being, probably all of us have had an entity in our field at some point. I can't speak to the level of like tethering of said entities for everybody, but I mean, based on experience and patterns, we've all had entities pretty much directly in our proximity at some point or another at different variations.
yeah. It's been a year and a half or something. I mentioned it on a live here. Like, I had a small dark thing leaving when I was going in a deep state. But then again, it can be just around you.
yeah, it's
But
like
what do you mean, Amel? Do you saw
like
like
Nick
glitching
said, it's
behind
like
you or
no,
in
no,
your
like
or-
so in like in at night your front camera, it like the FPS, like the frames are
Mhm.
worse. You know, it's like trying to keep a the camera has to do more work at night. What is what I'm trying to say? And when I was like blinking really fast, I was like, why do my eyes look so weird? It's like there's something behind it. So,
Okay.
and I don't know. I mean, we don't really know it, but I see some signs. I mean, for some reason, these little dogs, they would always look at me with like their eyes, like they were afraid of me, and they would like bark or like be just scared. Or, and I've noticed that even with little kids, they would look at them like babies. They will be in the shopping cart, let's say, and they'll look at everyone around them and they'll like laugh. And as soon as they look at me, they're like kind of serious, you know, like start observing.
Well, look, you know, my closest handler was definitely an entity in this avatar that had been implanting thoughts, manipulating my nervous system directly, and guiding me throughout my entire life. So if that's your first instinct that there's something in there similar, like I would say that you're probably right. I would say that the vast majority of real beings in here in this reality that haven't had some kind of separation event from that kind of intelligence,
Mm.
um,
Hmm.
these avatars are designed to house that hybridization, quote unquote, alchemical effect of integrating us with that binary intelligence. So I would say that you're, you know,
Well, you know
don't
why I
go
thought that.
crazy about it, but you know, you can definitely. I would say you're really good in the dream state.
Hmm.
Try to separate from it in one of those states. Like, see if you can pull it out and make it basically
That's
materialize in front of you.
that's the thing. I mean, I'm not entirely sure. Like, I have a problem with thinking that the only reason I thought it because it reminded me of those videos where, you know, like the news reporters, their eyes would suddenly like switch into something else, and it's so obvious. You know, they would blame it on a camera glitch, which obviously is just made up. But even themselves, they noticed it. But here's the problem that I have. Like it almost feels like this thing cannot be inside of me as a real being. I feel like there's how can this thing be inside of me when
Well, it
literally
wouldn't be
right
in
now
you.
these entities.
It would be in your avatar, which is not you. You see what I'm saying? It's not inside of you, as in the being. It would be inside. It would be co-piloting the vehicle that you're driving, being the body.
But what is the explanation then for? I mean, you know, like the past, I don't know, like couple weeks, ever since I, you know, like fought back for real, was being put into basically like the cockpit environment dreams. You know, I was fighting entities. I was full violence mode. You know, when I posted that stuff in the group, and I put like a shield around me. I was like kicked off the dream, but I was still asleep, but aware that I was in the bed, and I was in like a different I was just pure mind, you know, and that's when I like sucked out the whole energy built shield around me. And since then, as weird as it sounds, but I wasn't bothered at all. Only like very weak attempts of something, and rarely. It's almost like throwing a sponge at a concrete wall. Like that's how it felt, but nothing happened. So it makes me think: how is an entity inside of me?
Well, just a differing perspective. Maybe they're trying to scare you into that too, right? Like if you looked at your camera and you saw something in your eyes, was it just them manipulating your perception to get you to have the perception that you were tethered to something? Or you know what I mean? Like they have all these different means of manipulating perception. That's one of their biggest tools in this reality is perception. So it could just be, I mean, again, a lot of us have had entities that nudge our field or do certain things. So maybe they're just trying to nudge your perception to make you, I don't know, maybe a little bit uncertain or confused. I don't know.
Mhm.
I mean, only you can feel that out, but I would give that as a differing perspective, as maybe they're trying to convince
Um,
you of something that isn't really true.
I didn't really care about it. I wasn't even thinking about it once. Just there, you know, it's like, why should I be invested into it? It's just like I don't know. I'm just not certain if it is true or not. S-
Well, here's the thing.
And why would it be to prevent me out of
It's
body? I
kind
don't
of
fucking know.
it's kind of irrelevant either way, right? Because you already know that when you leave that body, whether or not a warden comes from in the vessel at the same time you come out of the vessel, it comes out at the same time, like I experienced, or it comes from somewhere else. It doesn't really matter. You're not going to fall for it either way. And even if it came out of your avatar, even if it comes out of the sky or the ground, it doesn't fucking matter. You know what I mean? Like that's the whole premise of this show today. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like even if after I deleted that entity, if another one jumped in and is co-piloting, which I don't get the sense that it is, but it doesn't matter either way. I don't care. It
Hmm.
doesn't matter because when this vessel's done, they're going to be done too. Like they don't want to be the first one to meet me because they'll be the first ones done. If their whole point is to extend their existence for every microsecond that they can, they better not be in my fucking proximity when I leave this body, or they can be the first ones, get it over with. That's my mentality. That's the way I perceive it. And I was going to say the same thing Christina said. They could have just been manipulating the phone for you to see that, but there were previous times in my experience where there was one time I stood up out of a chair and there was a mirror in front of me, and I still saw me sitting in the chair behind me, and it was like a dark me, and I ended up sitting back down and integrating into that intelligence and finding out, over a decade later that wasn't actually me. That was it. That I had
Wow.
temporarily separated from it a long time ago, and I didn't know. I thought it was me. It convinced me that it was me, and I needed to reintegrate, and I did reintegrate with it. And it was over a decade after that experience that I again had a disintegration experience with that intelligence, and this time didn't reintegrate, deleted it, annihilated it. So it doesn't really matter. You don't need to do it um, during your lifetime. It wouldn't hurt to do it, but inevitably it doesn't matter. Like whether you meet that thing tonight or you meet that thing 30 years from now when your avatar deceases, or longer or shorter, whenever it happens, it's irrelevant. It's gonna end either way, you know. So
Yeah.
you don't have to worry about it. Like it's it's really its problem. The fact that it's gonna have to eventually face you with the awareness and the intent that you have, that's its problem.
Exactly. Yeah, that is true. But about 30 years, there's no way. This shit is getting like every day is torture. I don't
Yeah, I
even
mean,
see
I
myself in the
was just
next
giving an
year.
example,
Yeah.
like I said, it doesn't matter. Even if it's 1,000, if your body somehow lived 1,000 years, which obviously probably not, but it doesn't matter. It's gonna have to face you eventually, and the moment that it does, you being who you are, it's not gonna win.
Right on the money.
So the best thing it could do is to not reveal itself. You know, it's to not be in your direct perception. That's the best thing it can do. So it seems pretty counterintuitive that it would give itself away like that. Now, whether or not that was intentional, I don't know. It does seem like a lot of things that happen aren't actually according to its plan. Like a lot of, like when I left the Avatar and it left, it wasn't according to its plan that I go back in and it doesn't go back in. That wasn't its plan. But that's what happened. So not everything always works out in its favor. If it did, number one, we wouldn't be having this conversation. there wouldn't be an average of 20 people in these lives that are listening, interacting, commenting.
Mhm.
Yeah, we get an infiltrator every once in a while, but if you really look at the average of people that we interact with on this channel, things are not going according to its plan across the board. I still get the sense that over this last month, all the pushes that it's done to each of us, it's in a rock and a hard place. It's desperate. It is, like you said, throwing a sponge against a wall. Why would it throw a sponge when it's dropped bricks on so many of us? Probably because it is finally learned. It's actually, wow, it's doing such a good fucking job. It actually learned something. The harder it pushes beings that have this kind of awareness, the harder we push back. And now it's like, okay, well, I better not drop a brick on this one. Let me try something different. Let me drop a wet sponge on him, see if that works. Lo and behold, it probably works a lot better. That's what I've noticed. It's not, the last month it's done so many big things, but then it's petered out into this tiny little incremental things throughout the day. Instead of it being one big event, now it's just tiny little things. They still take up the same amount of time, but it's not one big thing that I can sit there and focus on. Like I was telling Christina after my grandma's funeral, some of the things that I said and experienced and whatnot, and it was like, it's like every time they do something big like that, it generates my focus and attention in one spot long enough that I can actually start to really see through some layers. And so to avoid that, they're better off putting a bunch of seemingly separate things together that I don't have the time to sit there and focus on each one individually. It's like that. It's like
Yeah,
many little sponges, you know?
yeah, it seems like they're trying to fragment the focus, because one big event, I think, from the patterns I'm noticing, one big event funnels your attention and your rage and your into all those things into heavy of a resonance surge. So that's kind of been the same pattern for me, is a lot of little annoyances. But something that we mentioned on the phone earlier was, whereas in the past I can see how they pre-planned things, like the setup took months, years even, to make things occur in a certain way, whereas now everything seems to be on the fly. Like I think very much a lot of our scripts have kind of, we've reached past the point of where they probably would have liked the script to end. So now they're just kind of, they're literally improving the scripts now. That's the energetic feel I get to. It's desperate. It doesn't have a plan ahead of time. It's just kind of reacting in real time and trying to maneuver, but it's sloppy. It's like a sloppy.
Doesn't auto
I,
react.
Right. Yeah, that's definitely the feel that I get from my own personal experience, is that these setups, now over the last month I had a setup that was maybe set up over a few days. I can see that looking back, but there's nothing that's like so pre-planned that they have a plan months and months ahead. It's all very much on the fly, which is a good sign for us because it means that we have more authorship over how things are going.
Mhm.
They can manipulate and annoy and inconvenience, but they really don't have anything other than trying to manipulate the here and now.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking the whole time, like, you all asked me why do you think your phone again, but I think it's just because it worked last time and it really got to me because I just put all my devices in my car. I wiped them. I did so much, it really kept me busy. But yeah, that's not gonna happen anymore.
I was
Interesting
gonna
how
say,
it
is it
affects you
having
as
the same
well.
effect?
Oh,
Has it gotten to you the same way, or has it diminished its effect?
it has no effect. Like, yeah, it's annoying. Like, I have to explain why I'm out of a group while I didn't actually know. Like, I don't even know the conversations that you're talking about, so I don't even know when I left. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Like, it's annoying. It's annoying. That's all. It's not that I react to it anymore. It's like, okay, what now? What?
It's like a little mosquito that you just can't quite
Yes.
clap. It's fucking annoying. But it's not gonna be the end of me.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like on the fly and see like, oh, maybe last time that worked. Maybe we should quickly do that, and indeed, like you can't really get to anything because there's always something there, and then the communication between us is just difficult, and no pointing fingers at anyone, but it's just, yeah, there's a wall, always something there.
That's why I try to make a joke here and there in the group, keep it a bit alive.
Yeah,
But
you came in at a very critical tension point, ML. I find that interesting too. After a lot of infiltration in the group, but then during a time where a lot of us were getting hit hard on a personal level. So I find it interesting that you came in and you get to observe that also. But yeah, I mean, the annoyances are real. I mean, I had a weekend the other where it was just one thing after another. So I think I told you guys about it, and they were all stupid, dumb things. So while they take up my attention temporarily, they dissolve so fast that it's like, why even waste the energy to do that? I can tell you, I can feel that you put energy into all these tiny annoyances, and it was all a waste of your time. But they can't not do it. Like, just man.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't have that much like IRL, nothing really happens. It's just like boredom, but it's like whatever, you know. And then when I go to sleep, maybe sometimes I'll have like 20 men rushing at me and I'll just fight them. But that's really all they're doing. Other than that, it's nothing. I mean, the internet going out here and there, like the phone glitching, you know, but nothing
well,
crazy.
that's kind of annoying. But like I think Christina said it earlier. If they or Nick, I don't know, if they occupy 5 of the
Yeah,
7 or
that's
whatever, yeah,
Nick,
then you know.
that's what Nick said. Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. But that's true. I mean, I've noticed it like in a group, you know, like I said, just there was nothing going on, and you know, it was like hard to even reach out to anybody. It seemed like everyone was going through something. Even Joseph right now, like I don't know, he hasn't been on WhatsApp for a while, as you can see. He's probably going through something right now.
But that's the whole point though, because if you think about it, if all of us that are in this kind of awareness had as much energy, time, and unfragmented attention to put towards this thing, it would go a lot quicker. So when we talk about them stalling out the timeline, this is exactly what this is. Because all it doesn't change it. It doesn't change our trajectory. It doesn't damage us at the core level. All it does is give them maybe minutes of time. That's it. That this whole like when I'm looking back and seeing all of these things, that's all it did was give it just a little bit more time, which is its only goal at this point. Because I think from what I can sense is that there's some of us that it knows there's no going back. There is literally no going back. And so all it has is little annoyances, because I can't when I push out my resonance and things that you guys know that I do, I have to have a lot of solitude and like my attention has to be very focused. I can't do that when there's all this other type shit going on. I can do it in little ways, but it's not as effective. So yeah, it's all just buying them minutes of survival against the timeline, which is what we're seeing now. And I
Speaking
think
of,
even yeah, when we communicate in the group, even I can sense that there's movement. Not always, but in some conversations, they're really powerful energetically, and to keep us from being able to communicate, keep us busy individually. It's all of those things are just tactics to save it some time. That's what I'm seeing from that.
Yeah, that's where I see myself a bit. I don't want to say lucky because none of us are lucky to be here, but I have a lot more time, since I don't work and all that. I can just focus pretty much all day if I want to. That's what I'm mainly trying to do. Just keep it real 24/7. Because I've noticed like when you go outside, it's like even though you like it's almost like a fight outside of like trying to keep your awareness up there. I mean, I have it like all the time, but it's like these. Let's say when you're traffic, it almost seems like you're joining the hive mind for a second.
Mm,
Know what I mean?
yeah.
Hard to explain,
Yeah,
but it's like this pull.
you're in the middle of it. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where the strategic adaptation that Nick's been talking about. I have to do that at work. Um, and in certain situations, I can put on the social mask and immediately take it back off. Whereas other people, they have all those things merged into their identity. I'm not. I'm very aware. I'm very aware when I have to strategically go into a place or an environment and say I have to, adapt to this environment this way. It's not the real me, and I can separate that. But yeah, not everybody's able to do that.
Different life scripts for everyone.
It can get kind of fun though when it's like it's hard to explain. It's almost like double speak. Like you're saying one thing, but you're really saying something else. But the NPCs will take it the way that fits the script. But
Mhm.
the intention behind it and the awareness behind it is real. It's pointing out something real.
Oh,
You know.
I know we're getting at.
That's actually a lot of fun. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
And you kind of make a mockery of the whole fucking place by doing that. It's like, yeah, look, I'm playing in your game, but I'm also dismantling it at the same time, you fucking fool.
Tell the NPCs like hell oh.
No, I mean, NPCs ask me how I'm doing anytime I'm at a checkout. I'm like, another day in hell. How are you doing? Some will agree. It's funny the amount that agree. They're like, yeah, I mean, this fucking sucks. Like, it's like they don't have anybody to actually talk to about it. Like there's this one guy up at the shop that I go up to. I'm actually sitting pretty close to right now. But like he's pretty down to earth and real, dude. Like I've had actually some pretty good conversations with him about like like how this place is like intricate web of fuckery, and it all started with that simple thing of like, what's up, man, how you doing? Oh, just another day in this fucking hell realm. How you doing? He's like, he laughed. He was like, I could tell nobody'd ever said anything like that to him while he was at work. He's like, fuck, dude, yeah. It's like, definitely. Like, this sucks.
You gotta be
Yes, I got a
careful.
fucking real one.
At the end, you'll be like, yeah, but I believe in Jesus.
Oh, not this fucking guy. We've had too many talks. He's
That's
funny.
good.
You'd like him, Christina. He's into heavy metal and stuff, and
Hell
he's
yeah.
just funny, dude.
Heavy
He keeps it
metal.
real.
Have you ever done the thing where, like, I've done this in a couple different circumstances, but I did it recently with somebody that really shredded me, and I could feel the energy of like the enforcer type of being that was working right through him. And I was saying things to him that he took one way, but I was actually speaking to the entity directly. And I know they caught it. I could feel that they caught what I was saying. The person was completely unaware. They just thought I was saying whatever. It was in the normal flow of the conversation. But my intent was speaking directly to the entity, and I made sure to make my words known. So I do that sometimes, even with people that aren't really attacking me. I can feel the energy of what they are, and I'll say something to them, and they think it's a totally normal thing for me to say, maybe a little awkward or weird, but like I'm speaking directly. My intent behind saying it is totally different than you know what I'm saying? Like
Well, you know what's
it's
ironic about all of it? The first time that I ever experienced this double talk, was it talking to me through someone else. Isn't that funny?
Really?
That every fucking thing that it does can be used against it. Man, that's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty great.
Yeah.
You know, it's crazy how many people want to say stuff like this, but no one has the balls to like say it RL. So if you open like some YouTube videos and see like it has millions of views and there's like tens of thousands of people, you know, saying the same stuff like, yeah, this is hell, this is that. And when you go outside, everyone's just pretending, even though both of you could be thinking the same thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. But it's another
Worried about
conversation that you just start. Oh, sorry.
you. Hold on. What are you? You
Sorry.
better not. You better not be
Yeah.
sorry.
Oh my god.
Oh
Crap.
man.
It's a bad habit. Really bad habit. Okay,
You,
but
yeah,
I'm
I know
gonna
you
shut
guys.
up.
You guys
You know
say,
what
"Get
my
the
friend would
fuck out of
say?
my way, Disobey! I'm talking. I'm talking here."
But yeah, but that is a problem. Like that's how I have been hammered by my dad. You know, it's like it is in there for me. Do not interrupt.
Well, you gotta treat it like a hostile invader, and you gotta rip it out, pull it out by the scruff of its neck, and fucking break it. That's, you know what I mean? Just something
Yeah,
real
yeah, but
nice and
it's a good
simple.
reminder. Keep doing it if I do it, because sometimes it is just it's an automatic something.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
it's automatic
yeah,
response.
yeah.
NPC friend would say it's good to say sorry. You know, it's narcissistic what you guys are doing here. Not saying
Good.
sorry.
I
Oh,
love
yeah.
I love when the NPCs tell me I'm annoying, that I'm a narcissist. What's the other good one, Christina? There was another one that they really were trying to hammer into me over this last month.
Arrogance, one other thing.
I'm a narcissist and I'm annoying.
Narciss-
Um, fuck, what's the other one? I can't remember. But it's funny. It's like, wow, you're really pointing out all your own attributes and saying that it's me. What a fucking joke that is. That's hilarious. Like, yeah, please. Oh, you're
Oh,
full. You're
that is dirty. You know
you're
what?
you're so
You know,
full of yourself. That's one of the
I'm
best ones. That's one of the most revealing ones. You're so full of yourself. Well, if I'm not full of myself, I'm full of the fucking program. So no,
Exactly.
I decline being full of anything else besides myself.
Is that what it was doing? Like pushing these things? It's my long message that never arrived, or I don't know. I deleted it because I thought maybe it keeps running with you. That's annoying. I was like being so positive, and it never arrived. Meanwhile, you're there getting like these things like, "Oh, you're the narcissist." That's actually funny.
Yeah, I'd rather
Yeah,
be all of those Matrix terms.
I got called a narcissistic parasite. And I was like, damn, bro, that's some fucking comedy right there. Like,
Wow.
please, let you be the first one in line to meet me at the end of this life, motherfucker. Please. Can't wait. Can't
I
wait
sometimes
for the
wonder
mask
where
to
they
be
get
off
it from. Like,
From
how do
the
you?
worm.
from it.
Yeah,
It's
but
trying to reject.
with what narrative? Like, why? Because you're just saying it how it is, or you're too negative all the time?
I've seen it with my
That's
one
a good
friend
one
that I told
too.
you
You're
about.
a pessimist.
Yep.
That's one of the funny ones. Yeah, you
Wasn't
better
it
not
wasn't it this
you better not
week?
be on.
Oh yeah, I had so my ex told me that because when he was still living here we were like roommates and he would eavesdrop when I would have group conversations and it would really piss him off. Like you could tell the parasite was working through him. It really made him mad when I had group talks with you guys. So one of the attacks this recent week was, you guys just sit on your ass and complain and aren't actually doing anything. I actually care about helping people, and I was like, oh, bro,
Yeah, yeah.
what? That I can never
Man,
be sorry. I'm always right.
good.
I'm always stuck in my own world, and I can't see anybody else's perspective, and blah blah blah. But the one that I thought was the funniest was, we just sit on our ass and complain about the world, but we're not actually doing anything. It's like what's so funny is we're actually the only ones that are going to do anything about it. But whatever, it's fine.
That is,
I mean,
yeah.
it'd be nice to clap back, Like, okay, well, yeah, I don't give a fuck about people. I'm not here for people. Most people are fake.
Exactly.
I'm here for eternal beings. Everything else can get fucked.
Everything else, you know what? Everything else, I let him get away. Like talking shit about me, I'm like, whatever. I've heard this all before. Like he said horrible things to me, but the thing about us not doing anything, I'm like, what's funny? Because he was like, I'm volunteering my time, which he is going. His brother has like brain cancer and stuff, and he's volunteering his time, I guess, to help him. But I was like, the crazy thing is that people like Mother Teresa helped thousands, and yet the rape factory continues. Children are getting raped. People are bent over on the street from drug addiction. Billions are dying in horrible, cruel, torturous ways, and people still try to do I'm going to help humanity, and it's never done anything. So your way is not the best way. That was the only thing I clapped back on because I'm like, what a retarded fucking thing to say. Like, what a dumbass thing to say.
Mhm. Yeah, it's not even worth it sometimes. Like,
Yeah. Fuck all those terms. Only the truth matters.
but they don't get it. They don't perceive you. That's the thing. Like, they don't know what you're saying. That's
Yeah. That's why you get rid of them. We
You
just
tell the
ignore them.
truth. You tell the truth, and you're a cynic. You stand up for yourself. You're a narcissist. It's really set up pretty. At least from the initial jump, it's set up for the long game. But when the long game doesn't work, like what you were saying earlier, Christina, then they have to try to adjust on the fly. And it seems like if they don't have, you know, decades or centuries to plan something out and then mind wipe somebody and throw them into a fucking script, they ain't that good at implementing on the fly, is what I've noticed. Like all the stuff they're doing, it's like, well, I've already seen this episode. This is a repeat. You've done this before. At this point, it's like, I almost want to feel bad for them because of their lack of options, but I'm going to save that till after they're gone. I'll save feeling bad or any pity for them till after I've annihilated them. If I have to do it myself, it doesn't matter. I don't care. After they've been annihilated, then maybe I'll try to reflect and be like, maybe I do feel kind of bad that they made some really wrong decisions in terms of how they operate and were stealing systemically from innocence. Yeah, that must have sucked. Oh well, they're not here to fucking worry about it anymore. They don't exist anymore. So maybe that's when we can have some pity. But until then, I don't think they deserve anything other than a swift and definitive end.
Yeah, I found out the hard way that if you have pity for them right now, oh man, they will use that. They will fucking twist that and use it against you. So we can have a potential funeral after it's all said and done. Maybe, probably not though. But now is not the time for empathy or pity because they weaponize all of it.
Oh yeah,
True.
unfortunately, all the good attributes of us they've weaponized against us. So
Yeah.
it's like you kind of do have to have this hard external shell about you in this place, and it doesn't mean you don't care. It just means that your care can't be divided amongst all these things that are going to be inconsequential to the greatest good that can happen in this realm, which is the end of it. That's it. Everything else, it doesn't matter how many people you help. It doesn't matter if you solve world hunger. People are still going to be slaves to identifying with an entropic reality. That is not liberation. That's even if we lived in a quote unquote utopia and everything was provided, the body's still going to age, it's still going to decay, and it's still going to die. And individual beings are still going to be identified with that. And if they're tricked into getting put back into another script, then they're not ever going to be fucking free. So I don't care what this place looks like. It could turn into a utopia tomorrow. It still needs to end.
Exactly. I don't want to be in a place where there's a parasitic overlord.
I don't want a parasitic overlord to be in any place at all. I don't feel comfortable existing and this thing continuing to exist. One of us has to go. That's really my stance. Is that if it can destroy me, it better fucking do it. Because if it can't, I will find a way to destroy it, and it's inevitable. It's gonna happen. Period. I don't want to exist when something like this exists. It's one of us has to go. I got my money on it being the one that's gonna go. If I didn't, I'd still fucking try.
Talking about money, it was weird like how my last stream before I woke up was pulling like out of a pack of bubblegum. I pulled out like over 100K in cash. And when I went on YouTube, I got a random video recommended of exactly that amount of money that I just pulled out in a dream.
Out of bubblegum.
Yeah, like it makes no sense, right? Some like AI slop shit. But I've noticed that on YouTube it's been getting very direct. Like I'll be in a call with, let's say, Joseph, and he will talk about like, he's born in Manila, and then suddenly I have like a drone footage video like recommended of a drone flying over Manila in the Philippines.
Oh yeah.
Random stuff like that. And this is a private browser, keep that in mind. So there's no history of like searching anything up.
Well, it's even predicting your typing, and it's all over the phone now. So and that's also why they do the automatic updates. And it's exactly in the moments when your phone is down that the update starts without your consent. I don't know how they do it, but just the same with me. I turned that off, but then it died, and then hop.
Your phone is never turned off, like especially the iPhone.
No, but yeah, well, the battery died, and then you get an update if you turn it back on, or it updated overnight because you're
Yeah, that's why I
asleep.
turned it off. Yeah, I don't want like the newest fucking software, probably like AI implementation garbage,
Always watching, Wazowski. Always watching.
Yep.
The entire reality is recorded, even without technology. If there was a solar flare, supposedly, whatever, all technology was gone, the reality is still recorded. What are the Akashic records? How do they have records of someone's entire life experience? It's like a replay. It's all recorded. There's never been privacy, even before phones. There was never any privacy here.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait to burn the Akashic records. Oh, I fantasize about it. Like, oh, your precious, precious data. Watch me burn it right in front of you. Oh, man.
That's going to be nice.
It's going to be awesome. All this data you collected over the trauma of my life. Oh, look at me burn it. See? Wow. All for nothing.
We're going to be able to make a lot of s'mores on that bonfire.
Hell yeah.
They even record your dreams and shit, bro. Like, I'd love to have some of that footage.
Yeah, I want to sit them down and do a life review for them. All right, let's look and see what you did to everyone.
Well, I want to make it real official. Put on some glasses, etherical glasses while I'm looking over their files.
Yes.
I'll be the one in the white robes, I'll wear the white robe.
Yeah.
I'll get the big gray beard. It'll be fake though, you know what I mean? Like I'll have like a of one of those fake halos, that has like the wire, like the little wire wraps around the head and it goes up and holds the halo up there. I'd be like, now I am your god, bitch. We're gonna do your life review.
Oh, man, there's a lot of stuff in here. This is gonna take a while.
Yeah, and each life review, after we reviewed that life, we're going to extract all the energy you harvested from them, and we're going to give it back to them, and you're going to feel every ounce of the leavening of your existence.
You can invite the Kimi Urge.
shit.
I mean, anybody can come. Just are you know what I mean? Are you on the side of truth, or are you on the side of perpetuating harvest? Either way, only one of us wins.
Well, I need to think about it. No.
I think it's us.
No, but I mean, you can invite Kim. She can wear the beard. She loves doing that.
Think about all the surveillance too. Like everything is surveilled,
Oh
constantly
yeah.
monitoring, constantly watching us. But what are
Right.
they? Why can't we watch them? Let me take a good look at you. They don't want us to look at them, but they want to know where we're at all times, on
Well,
every level, mentally, energetically, physically.
Most
they
toxic
Does that sound
fucking
like
goodness.
beings
power?
ever,
Does,
bro. Like
does
that,
that sound
they're
powerful to you
such a
though?
mirror. Oops, sorry, I think I interrupted you.
No, I was just saying, does that sound powerful to you?
You said the word.
Does that sound powerful to you? Always watching, and then as soon as like imagine like if they were in our house, right, and they're watching on a little phone where we're at, and as soon as we're about to come in the room that they're in, they gotta fucking scurry out of there as quick as they can. That's how I view these entities.
Yeah.
They're only watching so that we're not in the same place at the same time. You know? Oh, he's coming in the room. I don't have a way out. Implement the decoys. Distractions. We need distractions. Run! I need extraction. Get me out of here. Fucking
I'll be the
cowards.
closet.
Hurry, generate a closet so I can hide it and then make it disappear. Fucking losers.
Would you notice that there are two?
Oh shit. Still with the squid though. The squid comparison was the most hilarious. I imagine them slinking out as fast as they can, but they're all fucking awkward and leaking their fucking oil everywhere. That's so funny.
Slowly. But actually, they are watching us all the time. I kind of feel special. Like, no.
Oh, I say it all the
Yeah,
time. Like
so
the Mean Girls quote of "Why are you so obsessed with me?" Like I
yeah.
get gifts all the time. I'm like, I think you guys got a little crush on me or something. Like, ooh.
You want to come talk about it? Why don't you come over tonight? Come pick me up at 8. Pick me up at 8. I'll buy dinner. My treat. My treat. They don't ever come though. They never show up. They always ghost you.
Oh
And they
man,
send a
always
holographic
be
ghost.
ghosting. They send the holographic guy for the date.
Yep.
Christina.
Oh fuck, that's so funny. That's funny as fuck.
Holographic dude.
Yeah, that's super hilarious. Oh man, such a girth. I'm telling you,
The power,
huge
the
wieners.
magnificent. Can't imagine, like, can you imagine the strength and integrity it takes to hide and run away as well as they do? Like, fuck, they must have great cardio for how well they just scurry about.
Oh, scurrying. Yeah, that's that feels about right too from stuff I've been doing recently. Instant hiding as soon as I lock on to some of them.
Just scurry away. Hurry, dig a hole and hide in it, you little worms. That's all they can do.
Just put their head in the dirt while their ass is sticking out. They can't see us. We're hidden.
It's gonna come down to that. When this place dissolves, what else are they gonna hide behind? God, I hope they present themselves as like Jesus and shit like that. Oh my God, that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, that is still about to come. I mean, no? Aren't we going to get the show?
Wait, what?
Aren't we going to get that show?
What do you mean?
I'm looking forward to that show. Like the 12 gods or Jesus or whatever is going to come out. Like the holographic perfect man. No. Sorry.
I mean, if we can,
Oh,
like,
man.
if we're in that state and we can fucking create shit instantly, it's gonna be some funny shit. You know, I'd like walk up to Jesus and be like, "Whoa, what's Jesus? You're like that guy everybody talks about." Walk up to him, and then I'll make a fucking Volkswagen Bug drive by, and I'm gonna punch him in the nuts and say, "Punch Buggy, no punchbacks."
My favorite thing is if we can, you know how they're always projecting. What if we can literally change their form? That's my biggest
Oh,
fantasy because I have
oh,
the perfect imagery to put on them because of course they're siphoning our energy. They only get it from us. So like, doesn't that mean we could literally decide what form they take? The angry sock puppet with the fucked up googly eyes, you know, the angry eyebrows, you know.
ooh, that's nice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn them into little cardboard cutouts with like popsicle sticks up their asses, and I'm gonna make them dance around and fight each other. Give me your loot. No, it's my loot. Losers. And I'm gonna throw them in the bonfire of the Akashic Records, and we're gonna make some s'mores. Ugh, mine tastes like Archon. Yeah, you should have let them burn a little longer.
Oh, fuck.
Isn't it funny how all the shit they've put us through this last month? And I mean, I can only speak for myself because, god damn, it's been a hell of a month. And yet here we are, talking that shit.
Right back to it, dude. We always go back to baseline and better, harder, better. And it's like, you guys are really not doing a good job. Oh, wait. No, you are doing a good job.
Yeah, wink, wink. You're doing a great job.
Shush,
Keep it up.
you're doing a good job.
Such a good
Yeah,
job.
I was
Keep
just thinking,
doing
I'm
it.
so scared. Like,
Oh, I can't tell you the amount of terror I'm in right now.
yeah, sweating.
So oh no, is Judgment Day coming?
Yeah, oh my god, it's there. It's there.
Oh
I felt
no, the
it.
edgelord. The edgelord's finally gonna peek.
Yeah, it's gonna stick his little pink head through the curtain.
Through the wormhole?
Through the wormhole.
Is that why they're called wormholes?
Oh,
The
I
little
get it
fucking
now.
worms sleep. Yeah, it makes sense now, doesn't it?
It actually does.
Get back to the burrow. This one can see us. Oh shit, get back in the hole.
Oh my gosh.
It's also, we also all have this imagination. The phone.
I meet the chief Archon at the end of this life, and he's like, "On your knees." I'm like, "Okay." I just turn into a giant leg, and I crush him as a giant kneecap. I'm on my knee. What now? Where'd he go? Oh shit! I absorbed him. Fuck, he's gone.
We're gonna have so much fun.
Where's your friend?
That'll be my goal, bro. Like make myself 100 feet tall, and them being like 10 feet tall.
Yeah.
I really, you know, Christine, I remember you're turning him into a giant piece of shit with googly eyes idea. I still like that one too. A fake piece of shit, not even a real one.
Oh yeah,
but
it
like
has
one
to
of
be
those,
plastic. It has to be a fake one. It
like
cannot be a real.
yeah.
It has to be a fake piece of shit with googly eyes. Or the sock puppets. I'm willing to have some variances, right? If there's more than a couple of them, I got to have multiple ideas. Could you imagine sitting at a table with one of these entities that you've made look like a fake piece of shit with googly eyes? That's just it's so good. It's
Oh,
too
we
good.
got to do a whole Last Supper thing with them, you know?
Oh yes, I like that
Of the
idea.
sock puppet, the googly eyes, the cardboard cutout. We'll be like, guys, the funny part about this is actually your Last Supper. Only you're not eating anything.
Okay, can we invite the devil from South Park?
Oh, Oh, that
Oh,
used
that
to be
one.
tight as fuck. Hell yeah.
I love that one episode with what's that one fucking guy? I forgot his name, bro. Like Jeffrey Dahmer, you know, like that one episode in South Park where
Oh, where they had like the Three Stooges. It was Jeffrey
yeah, on
Dahmer.
Halloween.
Yeah. That was a fucked up episode.
That show was funny with the devil like wearing the skirts and shit.
Oh yeah, they went on a whole tangent about Trump. Trump had impregnated Satan with a butt baby, and that butt baby was, obviously the Antichrist. And when the Antichrist was born, there was going to be a crap out, making fun of the whole blackout that everybody keeps talking about. But then the baby hung itself in the womb.
Oh wow.
I was like, whoa, guys.
There's a blackout people talk about. I
Oh
missed
yeah,
that.
the grid blacking out. Oh, there's so much shit on my feed. People are literally buying all this shit, stockpiling, because they're convinced that the grid is going to go out, like total grid failures. And like,
What?
oh yeah, I mean, it's all over. Like there's Facebook pages. I follow this one just because I find it's funny. It's called Preppers. And people are preparing giant containers of sanitized water. People are buying those dry meals, like the FEMA meals. Those are getting really
no.
popular. People are like really preparing because they're convinced like the grid is gonna black out at some point. It's a big psyop.
Yeah. Consumption.
I can't watch any of those videos. Like my scroll just does this the whole time. Like boring, boring, boring. Don't care, you know. And I'm like, I'll just go to sleep because there's nothing to watch. Just keep scrolling and scrolling, and there's literally nothing to watch. Everything's fucking stupid. Everything's a distraction. And just nothing's fun to watch.
Yeah, I get curious. Like, my feed on most things is like tons of spiritual propaganda, and I'm like, why are you guys showing me this? Like, I used to like comment on all of it, and like with like one or two words, like basically like, yeah, here's what this really is, you know. It's like giving away your authority, you know, like shit like that. Like that's what I would comment on these videos, and now I'm just like, I don't care. Like, the people that are into this, they're clearly, they have to all be bots. They have to be NPCs. There's no way that the person that's spewing the same garbage that I'm hearing from thousands of other content creators, no way they have 53 million followers and they're all real people. It just doesn't
It's retarded.
make sense. It's dumb. Yeah, it's a waste of time. I'm like, nah.
And
So I just scroll past it, like you said. It's just boring as fuck.
I've seen a video. It was some random ass video. I don't know what the fuck it was, but I don't know. Like someone was questioning where God was or whatever, and someone said in a comment, "God is busy giving little children cancer or something." And this guy was attacked by everyone in the comments for saying that.
I like that guy.
Yeah.
They're not tell the truth.
Damn, bro.
I felt bad for him. Like I see everyone just eating on him. Like, yeah, shut up. You don't have to tell your opinion. No one cares. No one asked. Crazy how they defend the parasite like that. I mean, even my mom, when I tell her like, yeah, fuck your God or whatever shit you believe in, she tells me like it's not like even it's almost like this automated response of like, shut up. By the way.
Well, it's just it defending itself. You know, I don't see it as the people defending it. I don't see it as like, it's not a bunch of individuals out there defending it. It's the hive mind defending itself.
Yep.
The hive mind's like the first defense, right? The legion of mind controlled or just straight program beings. They're just like the first bastion of defense of this system. You know, but they're energetically, they're very weak. They don't, like, if you were to meet them outside of the body, if they even have something outside of the body, you're going to see nothing but binary code that is incapable of anything other than what is input into it to output. So, okay, well, I can just, it's like a stationary pole. Okay, well, I'm not going to walk into it. I'll just walk around it. It's that's most of the NPCs. And I think you do have higher level, like AI entities and shit that can somewhat adjust on the fly, but even they get stuck in loops, and like there's points of interaction with them where they don't know what to do other than hit the red button and attack or run. More than likely squid out and spray some ink and then run.
That's all I see. It's just running, nothing but that.
Yeah, I mean that's what it was like with the interaction with my sister. It was like they wouldn't look me in the eye, just said a bunch of shit and then walked away. And I was like, okay, like you don't want to hear what I have to say, and that's fine because I know you couldn't hear it anyway. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't fucking matter. Like I even told her that. I was like, none of the shit you're worried about right now fucking matters. Like
Exactly.
not one piece of it is relevant to anything important.
Yep.
And you're bitching about all this shit and you're making such a fuss about all this stuff that doesn't actually matter. And I was like on a weak tangent of saying that to people, like, yeah, everything you're bitching about doesn't matter. None of this shit matters. Like, what do you? I even asked a few people, like, what are you gonna do when you die? What? It's like they have the opposite. They have the opposite, right? Well, it won't matter because I'm dead. Well, actually, that's the only fucking time that it does matter. It's the only time it actually matters. And you think that the one time that something actually matters is the only time is the only thing that doesn't matter? How fucking crisscross reverse is that shit? None of this shit matters. The only thing that matters is who are you when you leave that body? And most people are like, oh, all this matters and it won't matter after I'm dead. Okay. You're backwards. You got it all backwards.
Man, I can't with these people. And they tell me, like, yeah, what if everyone was like you, no one had jobs or whatever, become homeless and die? And I'm like, so what? Like, what are you afraid of? None of the shit matters. So what then? We become homeless, we die. Who gives a fuck? As if this shit was never real.
It's like they're also ingrained in the system that they can just sense, like, I'm not going to have to take care of it. Yeah, because there's an automated system that's going to direct and guide you afterwards. And if you continue to do in life, if you do in death what you've done in life and gone with the system, not question any of it, there is no fucking way that you're going to do anything different when you leave that body. You are going to be the exact same mind. Your energy is going to be directed in the exact same way. If you're not the one directing it, something else will. Period.
Exactly. And that's scary. Their mindset to be in is fucking scary. Like, they cannot even answer me a simple question when asked, would you even like to reincarnate in such a hellhole? And it's like, nah, no one comes back, and whatever bullshit they come up with. And they can't even answer that simple question, but I can pick up energetically that they don't want to. But if you don't want to come back, why don't you do the work? But they can't. That's the issue.
Well, I mean, the first part of the work would be just admitting what a hellhole it is, right? Just the simple acknowledgement of what is. What is happening in this world? What is this place doing? What is the effect on your mind, your energy, on your being? What is the effect of this place on you? They can't even admit that. There's no fucking way.
I've seen it admitted.
Further.
I mean, my mom admits, like, she sees that this world is messed up. She even now admits that procreation is wrong, but mainly because of like these times we're in. But she would never go further to like admit that this is actual hell, and then they'll mean, okay, like the religious cult I was indoctrinated with is wrong and everything. They just don't want to admit that they know nothing, because knowing nothing is a scary place to be in.
Well, the best part though is it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many of them go with the program. It doesn't matter how many of them push the bullshit garbage agendas of this matrix. It doesn't matter. As long as there's a few of us that see it for what it is, and do what needs to be done about it, it doesn't matter if every other being here, real or not, is on the side of their oppressive slave master. It doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, all the energy that it's siphoning from them is watered down, filtered, diminished, and pathetic compared to what one being that is standing in their authenticity can access. It's nothing compared to that. Everything in this reality is nothing compared to the true expression of the authentic being. This place will crumble under that truth. I've seen it happen many times. I've seen the environment literally start to waver and actually have to diminish the rendering. Like I've seen reality go fucking two-dimensional because my awareness was beyond, you know, like what it could contain, and it started to look so fake because it is.
Yeah. As soon as you said that, my right ear started beeping. I've noticed that lately, like every time I'll talk to real beings, my right ear would suddenly start beeping, as if
That's
something.
funny because my left ear just started ringing right a
Really?
second before you said that. Yeah.
Because my right one just did it. It was like a small beep. Interesting. Wonder what that is. You know, like it's like the cameras are being like focused on us right now. It's almost feels that way.
You remember the maybe you had this in high school or middle school or whatever, the hearing test they did with the beeps? That's what it reminds me of.
Yeah, we've had those. Some people say, you know, there's like a conspiracy behind that where they try to like get those kids to see who can like hear beyond certain, basically beyond this bandwidth.
Oh, there's no doubt. There's no doubt that it's possible. Look, I used to work with a guy, and he'd interact with these entities, right? And the entities trained him to be able to hear on a higher bandwidth. And they explained to him that they've trained other people to hear on higher bandwidths and lower bandwidths so that they can have two people standing next to each other. One can hear higher, one can hear lower than the other. And they can say different things to the people standing right next to each other, and they only hear, right, what the individual wants them to hear. Like that one will hear one thing, the other one will hear another because they're talking to them on different frequencies.
Oh, like the block. Yeah, I've heard those of the people that said they had like contacts with. Not sure if this guy's talking shit, but basically he was talking to an ET and it was like abnormally tall, like 7 foot something. I don't know.
Well,
And it
of
was
course.
like, yeah, and he said he could like block out the. So when he would talk with them, other people around them would basically hear like just gibberish. They could like block out the signals. It's all
Yeah,
technology. This whole fucking reality is all technology based.
right. Can we sidebar for a second on how funny it is that all of the entities they present us with is like they're always better than us, right? Oh yeah, these aliens, they're so telepathic, they're so psychic. That's so funny because that projection is literally just energy that you've siphoned from us. So
Yeah, like
it's pretty
stolen
fucking
clothes.
ironic, right? It's ironic. It's like they copy everything about us, erase our memory, and then they project it as like, oh, look how much better this is than you, even though it's a small fractal of our potential. Like nothing compared to what we are, nothing compared to what the true essence of all the authentic beings in this place really are capable of. And it's artificial. Everything they've got is so artificial that if you were to actually compare it to our capabilities, it would be like a joke. Like, wow, look, that thing can move stuff with its mind. Yeah, in our untarnished state, we can create entire fucking realities with our mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Like, yeah, that's pretty pathetic.
It can move false holographic objects with its mind. Wow. Can it delete this matrix? Oh no, because it's the matrix is integral to its existence. So no, it's dependent on this environment in order for it to be able to project itself. Interesting. I want to look at some of the comments real quick. I've had some comments.
Sure.
Ghost Pro asks, let's go on that one. They want you to compromise on your point, at least some degree, for them to be able to agree with you at all. When you're interacting with NPCs, that is absolutely right. They want you on that bandwidth. They want you on that narrative, on that script. And again, back to what Christina was talking about earlier, you can pretend to be on that script like you are having the interaction with them that they want, while also addressing directly the entities that are many layers away, controlling that puppet and writing that script. Ghost Press, what about awakening people? Or is it awakening people or awaking people? Like people that are waking up or people that you're trying to wake up? Because there's no point in trying to wake anybody up. It's completely independent. Like there's no one that comes on this show that I woke up. You know what I mean? Like that it's individuals that found the similarities, right? And found the just the recognition of what this place is. So I would say to either one, like people that are starting to get it, you would, just interact with them, but don't push too hard, right? Because if you start pushing hard and the program's really intact in them, it's going to create an adverse effect. So you can plant seeds, but I would be very subtle about planting seeds in those that are starting to realize. But also be supportive, because it is a horror to recognize this place for what it is after being hypnotized by it for so long. It is a horror, but in terms of like waking other people up, it's a waste of time. Most people are very happy with their binary intelligence and
Yep.
taking a back seat. So I wouldn't waste my time.
They really are happy with the shit they were given here. But deep down, they really are not. It's just they're just making it up, really. But
Yeah,
deep down,
and
no
yeah,
one
they
is
mimic.
happy.
They
Yeah.
mimic. They mimic and they project what is supposed to be socially acceptable according to the programming. Kaz actually responded to that pretty well. I would say Kaz said, when I talk to people about these things, I've heard the responses before and there's no point. I would agree. It's like I said, you can plant seeds, right? Like somebody says, how you doing today? Oh, another day in the shit show. If they actually are real and resonate with recognition of what this place is, there you could spark an actual discourse, a conversation. But there's no point in trying to find those around you, because most of the real ones, from what I've seen, have been very insulated with NPCs around them, right, to keep us away from each other. Odd One Out says, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Odd One Out says, it can't, you're its food. No, you know it. Well, people die all the time choking on food, and I will be that piece that it chokes to death on. People come to wake up through a whole journey. It wouldn't necessarily work if you just try to present them a destination. Yeah, once you're speaking truth with somebody, if they have the resonance, there'll actually be an interaction, not just a scripted, regurgitated dialogue. Random guy, I genuinely want to see a no, and then reverse the script. I mean, if your whole entire being and heart is directed to the truth and nothing but the truth, you will see it all exactly for what it is. It's just it's not pleasant, but it's worth it. It's worth it to have a hand and have a part in dismantling this matrix. So nothing else
Yeah.
matters.
If we don't do it, who's gonna do it?
Right. Exactly.
That's the
Francis
thing.
says, "Oh, go ahead."
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, especially us, we're like so much worth. Like, one of us could already take this whole place down. So none of us should have the mindset ever of just like trying to run away, because that's wrong, because it wants us to do that. We should instead like use our true essence and like a power and to dismantle this place. And I think
Right.
that's
Like
why we're here.
think about when you're a kid, right? The pure expression of a child, right? That hasn't had all the programming. Let's say it's a child that hasn't had the programming. Programming starts pretty fucking early. But what is the true expression of a kid? If another kid walks up and punches them in the face, right? Most of the time they're gonna punch them back, right? Because that's authentic. That's real. So like, it's not authentic and real for me anyway, for something to be torturing and harvesting innocence. There's something so innate about my being that wants to annihilate that I know it's the real me. I know that that's the
Mhm.
correct action. I know that it's not wrong to want to destroy something that's only purpose is to cause suffering. Nothing wrong with that. That is actually correct in my perspective.
I agree, dude.
Yeah.
It's rightful. And that's what reminded me, like when I drove past this kindergarten, I was gonna pick up my mom, and I drove past this kindergarten and like seeing all these kids play, in the park, and like hearing their laughter, and it almost gave me like a tear because I was like, they're so innocent, and they don't know what the fuck's going on here. And who's gonna stop this place? We'll just keep going on if no one does anything about it. And I think that's why we're really here. It's like we sacrificed our infinite essence, for a while to come here and fuck this place up.
Well, it's interesting, right? If you look at the timeline of the human lifetime, it's a formula and a pattern that you can see everywhere, which is things start out all right. The first, like I mentioned this earlier, I think before you were here, but like the first time you drive a fast car, right? That's going to be the best time that you ever drive a fast car, because after that, it's not going to be as good. So like being a child, it's like those are the best times, right? But that's only there to get you hooked, to get you identified with the character, identified with this world, right? Attached to stuff and things of this place. And then after that, once you're hooked, then it can start torturing you. But if it started out just with torture, nobody'd ever get hooked. It wouldn't work. The formulas wouldn't work because nobody would be identified with the character that they see in the mirror.
Hmm. Yeah, you said that well. That's pretty true. That's how they got me with stuff that I always wanted to like buy, like Beamer, and obviously could never afford it. It's too much. And that's how I got into like the manifestation shit, and I'm really good at that. It's just something is manipulating you from the unseen, like quite obviously.
Yeah, you can manifest whatever you want as long as you're in compliance with the parasitic system.
I mean, even now I can manifest stuff, but it's nothing life changing. Like if I want to manifest a 1 liter of milk, I can probably do that tomorrow. Someone will just bring it to me. But if it's like money or whatever, that's bringing me away from like this family that is nothing but fucking trouble. I feel like it's not gonna work. There's a reason why it wants me here. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a reason why we came to this apartment. There's a 5G tower, probably just 2 minutes away from me, walking.
Like a almost a direct link to the nervous system.
Hmm. I mean, if we look at like from like the air perspective, from like a drone perspective, it's probably just 100 meters away from here, maybe 200 at max. And then also an airport, they have all these crazy satellites as well. And then like firefighters and people driving sports cars. Like there's all kinds of shit going on here. It's intense.
Just a lot of layers, right? Like if
And
you think about
mockery.
right, if you think about like 100, 200 years ago, like let's say there wasn't technology, um, then what was the entities interacting with them through then, right? It was still some kind of neural interface. They were hearing the voice of God and having visions and shit like that. It's always been there. It's just now there's so many more layers that it can inject itself through. So it's sort of like it's got a flavor for every individual. It's got a different flavor for each one. Bronson says, I think there will be a Christ show, and the exorcist will come out. Exorcist originally means one that compels an oath out of you. That is pretty interesting. I didn't know that about exorcists being one that compels an oath out of you.
What
But
is
yeah,
an
they have the
oath?
an oath would be like when somebody gets married, they swear an oath that that's the person they're going to be with the rest of their life. An oath is like a promise, but like a little
Oh
more
yeah,
serious.
I see.
It's just another submission. It's another submit your application. It's like a more serious version of submitting your application. And Odd One Out says, "What's for dinner? Deep fried Archon." That's right. I said I ain't gonna eat it. I just want the ooey gooey insides. I don't want the shell. Discog laughed. Odd One says, "I woke up from a dream with a thought. I'm not watching this crap." Yeah, I feel it. The horror, the recognition.
For me, it's even like hard to like laugh about this stuff anymore because it's serious. I'm not like emotional or like nothing. Just remaining neutral in my emotions, really. Just being aware every day, 24/7, and just waiting when the fuck this place is gonna shut down already.
I mean, the only time I really laugh is when I'm really honed in on how feeble and pathetic their attempts are to submit me.
Yeah,
And when I hone in on them and they kind of peek and then they run away, I have to let out a little chuckle at how the entire facade is designed to make them seem like the complete opposite of what they are.
yeah.
Like, no, you're the narcissist. You're the coward. You're the worm. Like, wow, everything you're saying is exactly you. That's so funny. That's so. It comes back to the movies and stuff, right? Like, people are like, oh, why do they show so much truth in movies? Oh, it's disclosure. Oh, it's this, it's that. They don't have anything to work with other than what they are. So when they insult a real being and call them a narcissist or pessimistic or whatever, it's like they're just projecting what they are. Like, this entire reality is a projection of their image, of the need to consume and feed from outside of yourself. That's what predicates this entire experience, because that's what they are. That's all they are.
That's the only time I laugh as well.
I mean, it's genuinely funny how it puffs its chest up and then squirts some ink and runs away. I'm the biggest and baddest, as it's fucking running away. Well, if you're the biggest, and please come and prove it. End me, right? Or I'm gonna find a way to end you, right? Which one's it gonna be? And so far, crickets. All they do is attack the avatar. Oh, okay, great. Well, if you hate me so much and you don't want me in your reality, why don't you just kick me out? Why am I still in this body?
That's
There
right.
must be a reason. There must be a reason that you're just torturing the body and everyone around me, but not taking me out. I mean, that to me, and you're not doing it directly either. That's the funniest part about all of it, is that there's so many layers to every one of these setups, and yet the one doing the setup is always long gone by the time the last domino falls. It's so funny. They set up all the dominoes, stack it up, and they don't even stick around to watch it fall. They push the first one and run the fuck away. Man, that sounds like real power.
Unbelievable, really.
I say facetiously, of course. But I've been on for like 3 hours today. I feel pretty satisfied with the conversation. If there's anything else that you want to talk about before we go, Amel or Prometheus or Christina, if you want to come back on, feel free to bring it up now. I'll probably go for another, I mean, if nobody has anything to talk about, I'll end it now. If you guys want to chat for a little bit longer, probably go another 15, 20 minutes.
Well, no, I actually wanted to say that my message to you, that was just actually what I said today, and I wanted to emphasize that I finally understood how much that we sometimes forget the whole picture, because like it's I was reading about it, and like the brain's like compartmentalized.
Yes.
And so for us it's difficult to sometimes grasp it all, and we kind of forget it, but those lives really helped me to get on top of it and just to stay on top of it. And I was just yeah, that was it. And I just started going off on a rant.
No, you're good, because that's I'm glad you said
But
that, because that's something I want to touch on actually. Is over over time, when I don't interact with others and it's just me, and it's not pushing me, that's when I feel like I'm starting to lose some traction of my awareness. Because when
yeah,
it pushes me, it's like I know what's happening. It's every time it does anything, it reveals itself, gives itself away, and betrays itself. And in the times that it serves it the most, and this is everything here is so fucking ironic. The times that serves it the best is when it's just leaving me alone, because that's when I have the potential to fall into complacency and lose awareness.
yeah,
So it's it was nice and refreshing for me to come on today and express what I've been observing and experiencing, and to recognize in myself that okay, I haven't lost anything. I'm still me, and even though I feel a lot more worn out, this avatar feels like it's just been beat to hell, which it has. It hasn't affected me.
yeah.
So thank you for bringing that up.
You're welcome. Yeah, likewise. And yeah, it's been good. But we all need yeah, it is like you say. If it leaves you alone too long, that's also not good.
It's suspicious, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I've been left alone for, like, I wouldn't say completely alone, but really, I haven't had any of like those attacks, like the usual attacks. So, like, you go to sleep, you wake up in your bed. Like, for me, that's how it usually would work. It would use like familiar environments, and it's always just two spots, like the old apartment I used to live in, my old room, and then like my this apartment here, this room. It was funny because the last time, I think, not sure if that was like the final time, but it was really pathetic. So, it was like the last apartment and the lights were off, and of course the light switch didn't work there. And it's almost like it was testing me, and then it was like copying, like one of my hamsters that I used to have, and they were like that, and they were just like copying them to see how I react. And when I realized that, I started like punching the closet, even though it was dark. I was opening, I was like, "Where are you? I'm gonna fight you." And then it kicked me into the next setup, which was this room, but this time the light was turned on, and I felt the presence. And I was like, "What the fuck is this?" And I found like weird jackets under my bed, which there is no fucking jackets. It was a carpet environment. And then entities, like silly looking things, come out under the bed. And again, I was just like killing them, fighting mode, and that hasn't happened since pretty much over a month. Ever since I did all the protection around me. But I almost felt it today with there's like attempts of trying to make me fall back into in basically into playing a game again and being surrounded by like three asleep ones, and they really bother me energetically. I think there's like this attempt of almost like trying to get me back into this shit and be distracted. But I'm not falling for it. That's the thing. I'm not trying to. It basically wants me invested into, like sit here and play games and whatever the fuck, even though I don't care. Which is weird.
I mean, it doesn't matter, dude. Look, that's like the whole premise of the show. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you do, man. It doesn't matter how you pass the time in that meat suit. It's
That
irrelevant, dude. As long
that's the
as your as
thing,
long as your mind is still your own, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
right? I know what you mean, but really there is nothing that is fun to me. Like a game. I mean, there's like if we talk about gaming, there's these like short games I'll play sometimes, and I'll be bored of them within like 5 minutes. And it's just like constantly trying to to kill time, and it just sucks. Like every day you wake up, you try to like kill time, and it's the same shit every day. And like I said, I just can't wait until the shit is over, and it needs to end this year. This is too much.
I wish I could kill time. Like, oh my god. It's always something keeping me busy.
What is keeping you busy?
I don't, it's just everything. Like, it's things that I cannot avoid, things that I would have to do. Responsibilities, but then it gets chopped up and then it gets disturbed, or it just, you know,
I know exactly what you mean.
yeah.
It's every single day, every moment of my life,
Yep.
other than these brief shows that we do, and then a few times where I'll go to like a park or something and play frisbee golf. You know, it's like an hour or two out of the week
Yep.
that I don't have all these other so-called responsibilities to the external environment in order to maintain this fucking avatar, which it's old, man. It's getting old.
Yeah, that's why I find it hard to like even laugh about all these jokes. What we're gonna do with the entities? You know, whatever happens, happens. When we get out, we'll know. I just know for a fact that we'll, you know, like tomorrow and few days, whenever, we'll be complaining. You know, what a shitty day. You know, can't wait for this to end.
Yeah.
That's yeah. I mean, sick and tired of it. You know, like
I don't complain as much as I talk shit.
we
Like,
we
you
talk
know,
shit all the time. I know. I do it too, bro. But fuck, like when is this shit fucking ending? Because I
when one of
definitely
us
don't want
ends it,
it.
when one of us makes it end.
Mm-hmm.
It's only a matter of time.
That's
It's
it.
inevitable. It just
There's
feels like a long time while we're in it.
yeah, that's the illusion. I mean, this place is fucking glitching out. I'm telling you. I think yesterday I heard it as soon as 11:30 in the night. Like I heard fucking birds chirping at 11:30, and the other night it was like at 2 a.m. I was like, what the fuck?
Don't you know? Like, that's normal. Like, it's always
Yeah,
been
I mean,
like that.
we were talking about that the other night, weren't we?
Yep.
Me and Christina, were you there when we were talking about that? How like the first time I saw the moon as like a Cheshire moon, I was like, well, that's fucking different. And there was a few people online being like, well, I've never seen the moon like upside down like that. That's different. And people are like, oh no, it's always been like that. And it's the same thing
Yeah.
with the birds.
It's
It's like,
always been like that. Oh yeah.
why are the birds going off at 2:30 in the morning?
Yeah, it's
No,
like
they've always
isn't it
done.
like 6 a.m. Usually it's like the time. It's almost like the birds. I don't know. Like they seem like a program to me, anyways.
They
But it's
are.
like the program wasn't updated to be like 4 hours. Um,
So there's this really interesting. It's like if you imagine like a grid, but like a cube, like a 3D grid. There's this person that I found them on, I think Instagram, and they run bird chirps through this grid, and it creates these like geometric patterns and stuff. It's pretty interesting to see how the birds are literally. It almost seems like they're holding up the architecture of this place. It's what it seems like. And my brother said to me the other day, because we were talking about it, and he's like, yeah, he's like, that's why my username is penguins are fake. He's like, because all the birds are fake. He's like he's like, think about all the animals in the world, right? He's like, what other animal can have the land, the sea, and the air besides birds? He's like, birds are just like the surveillance of this matrix, you know? Like they're everywhere. The one thing that's everywhere is birds. They're in the water, they're in the
mhm.
air, and they're on the land. And
And you
he's
know
like,
what I've noticed with these birds as well? It's so every time they would shit on my car, and it doesn't matter when like right now our cars are painted black. It's black metallic. But we also used to have other like dark blue color, and I swear on everything. When was that? Like a few days ago when I was basically last week when I was grocery shopping and shit. I got out of the store. It was only my car that had like bird shit on it, and no other car.
That's just a coincidence.
Yeah, and I've noticed that since when was it
I
like
stay sarcastic.
I know the last 3 years I've noticed that, and since I was more into manifestation back then, even this one guy said, "Oh look, you're gonna get lucky or something," because they would always go for our car for no fucking reason.
Isn't that like a Chinese thing that like if a bird shits on you, it's good luck or something like that? I can't remember where.
Yeah, it's I don't know if it's I've never heard that it's Chinese, but it's like a common belief people have, and there
I thought
must
it
be something
originated
to
in
that.
like China or something like that. Maybe
Could
not.
be. I don't know what the effect of that is, because
Rose-colored glasses, you know. Oh, look, that bad thing happened. That's actually good. Oh, wow. Another basic formula of this matrix. Oh, look, your tough life, it made you stronger, didn't it? It made you better. The bird shitting on you is good. It's good luck.
to
Yeah.
me it only makes me feel like I'm picked out. That's what makes me feel.
Yeah, it can get its jabs in while it can. I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter. None of this matters.
I like when it does that. It shows me, okay, there's a reason why they do it.
Right. Oh, I must have touched a nerve for you to single me out.
Yeah,
Excited
like
to meet you face to face.
thank you
Taking
for
a bait.
confirming, Thank you for confirming that I'm a real one. That's why I do it. I mean, even the Matrix is the same shit. Like when Neo sits with the Oracle and she's like looking at the bird, and she said like that they're just programs. And I think they're really all there as well to like keep up the illusion, like when it's 6 a.m. and you hear like the birds chirping and the sun is like rising up and all the artificial noise starts, It's fake as fuck every day.
Do you have Instagram, Mel?
No, I never had social media.
Well, if you go
The
on YouTube or
Facebook.
something, if you go on YouTube, try to look up the 3D visualizer of bird sounds. Man,
Can
it
you
is
send me that on
interesting.
WhatsApp, like a link? I can
I mean, I've
still
never.
look it up.
I'll try to find it. Yeah, I'll try to find it. I
Yeah,
saw
I'd
it on.
appreciate that. 'Cause curious what that is.
Pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go, guys, because then I can still chill a little bit with my doggy and then also get some sleep. I'm gonna get up early again, so it's gonna be a few hours for me. But I
Before
want
you
to
go,
thank you for the live, both of all of you. No, both of all of you. Where is Christine? Here.
before you go, I want to say I found it so interesting how early in the WhatsApp, like when you sent the screenshot of like your phone like history, of the calls.
Yeah.
I was like looking like who's Mike? Like I don't know if it's in the group. I was wondering who's Mike, and
Yeah.
I didn't like I wasn't gonna ask because like it's almost like personal. Like I don't know who that is. Could be like one of our family members or whatever. And then you like picked up on it almost.
Yeah, I knew because that was 3 times in a row. I was like, they're gonna want to know.
That is interesting. I've had more intuition as well. Like I'll suddenly get a number, man, like 31, and I'll go up to the roulette table, and someone would spin it before me in like some video game, and they'll spin 31.
Yeah, just yeah. I mean, I don't have a secret. It's just he has a Spanish name and he took an English name because he gets more clients that way.
Yeah, it looks less shady, I guess. Right?
Well, yeah, no, I mean, I get it. Spain is full of people who speak English and not Spanish, like literally. So I get it that he does that, and it works for him, so why not?
Whatever works for him.
Yeah, I mean, but these people here, they really do work hard. I can't really say anything else.
Working hard.
And they have to, right? It's not that they want to.
Working hard in the holographic illusion.
Yeah, but you have to understand, like, Spain has been a place where people move to, but Spain isn't that rich of a country,
no.
right?
You've
So
told me.
yeah, people here don't even have. They can't really pay to live here anymore. But all people from outside of the country come here, and then they buy a nice house. And yeah, I get it. And yeah, that's shitty because you see them like dragging themselves through the day. If you can do gardens here, that's a good job. I mean, that's a nice. You're outside. Sorry.
Yeah, I said it's all a formula, you know. It's pick your poison. What kind of slave do you want to be?
Exactly.
Yeah, it is.
Let me tell you one thing. Like the guy who does this garden work, I think it'll be more torture for him to do nothing than do this work. Because I've noticed that even with lottery winners, they still go to work because it's like if they just sit at home, they'll kill themselves out of boredom.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily boredom. It's the if I had to guess, I would say it is the two discordant signals, one coming from the internal and the other one constant pressure from the external.
Yep.
Because nobody wants to do anything. Nobody wants to do this shit. Like people are disingenuous and will lie to themselves and try to convince you that the lie is true. That oh yeah, I like what I do. Yeah, but if you could do anything, is it what you'd be doing? And if they're honest with themselves, 99% would say, no, actually, I would just do whatever the fuck I want. Yeah, right. That's the honest truth, isn't it? But
facts, yeah.
Honesty is pretty fucking tough.
But he says that he's aware. Like he's not. I don't have conversations like this with him, but he's okay. He's aware of most of the things, but I mean he has children. He needs to work. He needs to provide food on the table, and he has had a shitty life too. Like he needs
to. Him.
Yeah, they got him.
Yeah. Oh, I love your candidness, Amel. They got him.
That's true.
Most people be like, "Oh, he has kids." Oh, fuck, they got him.
Ask if he was old as well, but she said he has kids, so yeah.
Yeah, kids, and then things went wrong, and you know, then.
Did you say things went wrong? What? Not here in this fucking reality. No way.
Yeah, it was just a very much a coincidence. It was, never expected that to happen.
It was through an unexpected coincidence. That is unheard of.
Yep.
That's the first thing. Then, even back then, I was like, it's strange how, like, even when I didn't come to this awareness on like this what I would call the end level of awareness. I mean, there's always things we can reach higher levels of awareness, but this here is really it, and there's reasons why they push back and do all this shit. You know, it does something. But even back then, I was suspicious why do things never work out the way you want them to work out, and it always comes different.
Well, you see, if it all worked out the way you wanted it to, then how would you learn the lessons that you're going to forget during your next memory wipe?
It's a great,
Right? Doesn't it make logical sense if you just don't use logic or sense and not think about it? Doesn't it make sense? You know, just don't think about it. But doesn't it make sense? Just say yes.
Yeah, it's tricky because
Look, if I could close this show out with one song, I think if there was an official song, it wouldn't even be a song. It would just be one line from a song, from a band called Gwar. And the song title is "Fuck This Place," and the first line is "Fuck this place," and that's how it would end the show. But I don't have copyright, so.
Yeah, this says a lot. I mean, dude, even if you have a shitty dream, it's still somehow better to be in that than to wake up here. And I think that's a pretty good giveaway.
Well, I mean, shitty dreams are just part of this place, you know? They're not separate. It's the same thing.
Oh,
Different
James.
layer of the same fucking scam.
Yeah. Welcome, Big Daddy. Came in.
No way, dude. Now we have to go longer. Now we have to go longer. Big Daddy, I was going to shut it down, but you're here, buddy. What's up?
What's up? I mean, I kind of figured you would be getting close to shutting it down because I saw the timestamp of the invite, but here I am nonetheless.
Hello.
What's
How's
up?
it going, buddy? How's the last month been for you? We've been talking about that a little bit.
Rough. It's been rougher than usual. Seems to be
Don't
very
say.
heavy. Revisiting a lot of old characters that made an impact. I'm getting real bad feedback from somebody. It's just been a lot of what last year was. But this time what I'll for the difference for me, I don't know what it is for everybody else right now, but for me, it's felt like a lot heavier, a lot faster. Now, like the days are going a little quicker. Everything's moving a little faster. However, everything for me is a lot heavier and slower. Is the best way to describe kind of how I felt. And I've had a lot of one-off interactions with some entities and deities, but nothing of substance because nothing hangs around long enough for me to converse with.
Yeah.
Are you saying it squids out? Does it run away?
Yes,
Spray some
every time,
ink and run away?
like little
That's the new
bees.
phrase I'm gonna use. I'm gonna call it squidding out.
It really does. If you are not acting the way you are supposed to, and you try to engage or consume, destroy, whatever you want to do with it, I don't know. It may interact with me if I wasn't aware, but I mean now it's running. It doesn't stick around. The most it stuck around was a dream 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, and it was a council that I ended up in front of. And same white room as where I've been before that felt like the waiting room, but this was more of a council. I couldn't tell you how many, 10, 12. And supposedly the cell to me is that these were supposed to be the ones that caused the mess over the last year and a half, and they told me that I passed the test, and that was the end of that.
No shit, buddy. We got some stuff to talk about, my friend.
Oh yeah,
The council
Oh,
of stuff
man.
over here from the Indies.
Yep.
You're the second person that I've heard talk about being given a test.
Yep.
But the other person passed their test and now their life's great. Sus.
What?
Yeah, it's all sus, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
More or less, it was trying to convey the message that I could put my guard down now. Essentially, was the move, is that I didn't have to worry about them bothering me anymore.
Well, has been consistent? Have they held up that end of their word?
Same shit as usual.
Oh, it's all the same. That's funny.
Yeah, nothing changed. Fucking changed. I knew it wouldn't. Yeah, that I would say that my the body was given a very nice vacation, a much needed vacation from the intensity that it had been experiencing for the last little bit. I could close my fist and I can't because I've got shit arthritis. It's been that way for a while, but it comes and goes at certain points. And boy, I could close it and I was feeling good. And I was like, okay, maybe I'm getting out in front of this thing. And this is me. And I learned real quick what was happening. So, haha, silly goose.
Classic gaslight you. Oh no, don't worry. We're going to leave you alone now as they continue to do exactly what they've been doing for the entire lifespan. Welcome back, Christina.
Hey, how's it going?
Good thing I held you up a little longer. Was
I
Sarah.
know. I'm happy with it. It's been a while. It's been probably a month, right? Since we've done a show.
Oh, Jim's gone again. Yeah, it's been
Yeah.
a month. I mean, I've noticed people got into the stream like much quicker. It seemed. It's like everyone was waiting for for you to stream again.
Babies, I am gonna go.
Yeah, you gotta get some
Bye,
rest.
Sarah. It's good hearing
Yeah,
from you.
bye bye. Love you all.
Get you.
I love you. I got yeeted out of this. It stopped working.
How'd that happen? Look, was the feedback from me? I'm wondering because nobody else has had feedback, and I'm guessing it's from me.
Our feedback, then it went away. Then you started talking, and I heard it while you were talking, and then it went blank screen, and I had to close everything out to join back in.
Yes. I figured it'd be me. I didn't like necessarily when you and I talk. I think that's funny.
Was it your
Oh,
server?
it's always about it.
I think
Could have
it's
been. Oh, definitely. Last night, I'm telling you, dude, that everything that I told you that happened, on top of all of it, I hadn't heard this Chevelle in a while. That bad boy was parked across, probably 3 streets over, just sitting revving its engine for like 15 minutes while all that was going on. I was like, you got to be kidding me.
Oh my gosh, with the mockery.
Right. It was insanity. And I wanted to get on that call. I actually was like up still. And the second I picked up the phone to try to get on that call, hell broke loose for me. I can still feel the spot in my foot. Felt like a dagger was driven through it.
Interesting. When I'm with Joseph and they call, I hear people honk constantly, like below my apartment. Every time I want to say something important, it's just constantly honking. Or random helicopters flying above my apartment. So
it has a way of yes, the helicopters are a big one. As a way of adding noise.
So you could say like it's almost like once you're in that state of uncertainty, so like you blame it almost on like, yeah, I live next to an airport, but why the fuck is that helicopter flying a low like altitude above my apartment? Makes no fucking sense almost.
Yeah, I can't get no quiet ever to get into any type of state of being, and so yeah, I gave up on it and have worked around it. But man, dude, if I even try to close my eyes and get to a place, I am met with all hell breaking loose in my world. But I've also experienced the opposite of that, which is all the sounds sucked out of the environment on numerous occasions where you could hear a pin drop, and I'm in the middle of a pretty big metropolitan. To the point where I can tell other people that are around me, and they're like, what the hell is going on? Like, oh, this is normal.
It's always been like that. Hey, are the birds chirping at like 2 a.m. for you?
Oh, yeah.
Also,
yeah, I got one with a nest now. New nest.
Yeah, that is very fucking weird.
Probably noticeably the last 3 to 4 weeks, but for the last year and a half, I've noticed it with the birds. Like, because I'll have them sometimes sit outside my window. And it's like, okay, well, you're being an asshole, and I know why. So I have a lot of that. But noticeably the last 3 to 4 weeks, when I go to bed, they come to this tree right outside my window.
I walked out my front door yesterday, and a bird swooped down, a robin, and started fucking screaming at me, dude. Like, almost hit me in the head. I was like, bro, come on. Come on now.
Oh.
I'm going to send a video to the group of a visualizer of bird sounds. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I have to see that.
Video.
Yeah, it's almost like they didn't freaking update the birds feel like time is going at least 4 hours faster, because usually you would hear the birds at like 6 a.m., maybe 7, 6. So I almost said it, fuck. But
Birds
yeah,
screaming in the morning, "Wake up, slaves, it's time to work. Earn your existence."
it's time to go to your factory job and be in darkness, and then return home when it's nighttime.
Also, the birds can wake you up tomorrow.
It's just, you know, like, I don't wake up mind wiped anymore. I feel like every time I wake up now, I just immediately know it's all fake. And I'm like literally in the same mindset as like the previous day.
So it's interesting. I want to ask everybody, specifically James and Christina, because Mel, you said it hasn't been fucking with you as much.
No, that's, I don't know. I almost feel like left out. I'm like, fuck with me as well.
Oh yeah. Trust me, it ain't fun. It ain't fun.
Yeah, it's nothing to be happy about.
Yeah, it's not fun. Was there a point recently that you felt like it's laid off? Because I can tell you the day for me that it laid off, but I'm wondering what it's been like for you, James.
Yeah. Because I messaged Christina the day of.
When was that?
Oh, what day was that, Christina? Wednesday or Thursday?
Yeah, shit, because it was the same for me. Like, it's not
Yep.
100% non-interference, but I felt like I had more space in my field. Like, it's hard to explain. It was just like something was heavily impeding, and then I had more space to expand. So not, again, I'm still, there's still residual, there's still interference, but it's not the same weight that it was this whole last month.
Yep.
Yeah, the month was fucking insane. Literally every day, one thing after another. I've never seen it squeeze so many big life events into 1 month for me. Boy, that was something.
Yeah. April was an extra one for sure. And April 1st,
Yeah.
I did a normie thing and watched that shuttle launch, and several things I noticed with it was, for one, how fake it was, but for two, there was a lot of low pitched frequencies. There was a lot of high pitched. There was a lot of frequencies being fed into that feed, and April 1st was a day that it definitely ramped up that day on for me.
That's when Nick got sick on April 1st.
Yep.
Remember that? I don't know if you were in the stream earlier, James, but it was interesting what happened. Like, my ear started beeping on like the right side of my ear, and then Christina said her left ear started beeping like a second before I said it.
Sound check.
Sound check. Yeah.
Yeah, always look around or try to see what's going on around me or near me or during me when I get those. So there's normally something. Sometimes it's nothing at all, but yeah, those rings, man.
Yeah, I wonder what the fuck that is.
I don't know. I've
tuning
felt
in.
it in different capacities. Like I've felt it and it be something, and I know I caught something or saw something move away. I've felt it before. It's like hit people and then it make them real angry and lash out. I've also just kind of walked what felt like through it at times. Right? It's you walk 5 feet forward. What at foot 2, 3, and 4, that ringing picks up, and as I get through it, it goes away. So I've seen it used multiple different ways. It's got to be something that we're keying in on, or it's keying in something. It's got to be something for us to be picking up on.
Christina, when you hone in on them, do you get any type of ringing or anything like that?
I get ringing on a regular basis, but the only thing that I can pick up from it is when it's coming from my right ear, it feels more system based, and when it's coming from my left ear, it's something else. I that's the only thing I can pick up, is that the difference between when the ringing comes from my left or right, it's a different type of signal. But I mean, I literally have no answers on what that might be 100% anyways.
I feel like it's them tuning in almost, because I know when one time I was laying in bed and I heard like a very very low beeping in my right ear, but I was still like I could still pick it up, and then I like a little setup in that dream when I fell asleep, and I just knew it was something suspicious going on there.
Christina, do you have any speculation you can share with us?
I have a lot of theories, but I don't know if it's worth sharing.
Sharing is caring.
When it comes from my right, like the tone is different. So when it's in my left ear, it's usually more high pitched, and it's a lot louder. When it comes from my right ear, it's never high pitched like that. It's always a different tone, different frequency. And I can't tell. Some parts of me think the ringing is coming from, depending on what the tone is, it's actually coming from myself. Like it's an actual frequency that I'm picking up from me. James, I hear you yelping that, so I'm glad, because I don't want to sound crazy, but it's something I can't really shake, but it's not all the same. And then sometimes when I get it in my right ear, it feels like the system is trying to locate or figure something out.
Yep.
But that's just a theory. I don't know 100%. I just know that there's a very clear-cut difference from when it comes from the left to the right. I don't know why that would be, but
Yeah, I agree with that. It's like it's a bit lower pitched when it's like on the right ear.
do you have any ideas on, like, what are your ideas on that, James? Because I mean, I have other ideas too, but I don't know that I want to share them in a live. But
Yeah,
those are the
I
two
could
big
see
ones.
I could see it being an alarm system for me, because as you're speaking on that, yeah, the right side normally is predominantly the one that when it happens, I'm looking for something. I'm looking for something in my area, vicinity, presence, something to happen. And the left one just seems to be, it's always for me, the left one is always a higher pitch, and almost like I wince because it's more painful. And the left one, it always normally leads with like my ears getting bright red, cheeks getting red, like getting very hot, almost like it's a direct insertion into the body. But again, it's all speculation, and I know for a fact the sides and stuff like that all kind of work differently for individuals. And you got to kind of weed through what's you, what's not, because when I got heavily into it, I had made we'll call it a glossary of communicating with these invisible entities, and they knew exactly what to use. Left side, right side, what was good, what was yes, what was no, what was bad. But now being removed from that, definitely it seems like an alarm system for me at times.
Yeah, that's hard to
I got
say.
some big old ears too, though. I got some satellite dishes on the side of my big ass head.
That's funny. Yeah, that left being so loud and piercing. I think it happened to me when I was on the phone with Nick yesterday. Maybe it was yesterday or today. It's all running together. But I had ear ringing in my left so bad, like I was wincing, and I was like, "Holy fuck, dude!" It almost like scrambles your brain for a minute.
Yep. Oh yeah.
I don't know where it's coming from, like if it's for me, if it's something else, but I just say fuck you either way, when it comes.
When I started putting it to like objects, right? Because for a little while for me it was objects like the modem, the router, all my Wi-Fi shit, like technology would cause the ringing. And the more that I would like say, oh, it's this, and I know what it is, the more that it used it against me. So again, it's still a real finicky line with this shit, because you can get justified by the system itself because it wants you to have that justification of it so that it can use it. But yeah, the earring's been my whole life too. And boy, has everybody told me, oh, it's your blood pressure. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that. Like, no, these are not like
Tinnitus.
those feelings. This is like I'm hearing something I'm not supposed to. Or I am supposed to.
It's different, yeah.
And even with like, if I go with the alarm system deal, then that opens up that, yes, they created the vessels for us to be in, but they still can't contain us properly because we've started to take over their shit to aid us. Is how I see that. It's got to be both.
Yes, I've had that thought too. Like, as in, initially maybe there was a better design to the Avatar. I don't know. That's all speculation. But the very fact that we've been able to use everything meant to be used against us for us, that's a big thing. And when it comes to the ear ringing, you can kind of tell by the effect on your body too. I've started to pick up on that, like where it's actually coming from. Like, I don't know, the lower tones, I don't like them. They feel invasive. Whereas the higher tones, they cause maybe a little bit of a reaction, but they don't feel as invasive, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Because there's definite differences in the tones, massive differences in the tones.
When you say they don't feel as invasive, what do you mean? Like, do they still feel somewhat invasive?
I mean, if you're taking the physical body as an indicator, because my symptoms almost line up with James, whereas like when I get some of the high pitched ringing, sometimes it hurts. It makes your brain feel, it doesn't feel confusing. It just feels jarring. But if you consider the fact that our bodies were made to never pick up this signal, any type of signal that would be of benefit to us, even a good signal could jar the body if the body was manipulated in such a way. So you got to take all the factors into consideration, as in, so if they manipulated the DNA of the body, if they manipulated the vessel to literally not pick up, as constrained as possible, it would cause a symptom to pick up a signal that's vast, even if that signal is not necessarily coercive. So it's not just one thing, it's many things, and trying to sort it out, you have to consider that fact. But the lower tone doesn't overwhelm my body. It's all sensation of coerciveness, whereas yeah.
No, go ahead. Please finish. I just want to say, like, what you said was brilliant.
Oh, thanks. No, I mean, I don't have this shit figured out. I'm not trying to say I do. I'm starting to pick up the fact that there's always this, it has to be this or it has to be that. But with the body, I'm sensing and I'm feeling that like they intentionally constrained the body to make it to where we could pick up almost nothing, right? So it's really hard to sort out signal, because I've noticed that even intense signal to the body doesn't necessarily mean bad. It just means the body was designed to not pick up almost anything other than system bullshit. So if you're picking up something that's against the body's program, it's going to feel intense.
Yep.
To me, sometimes it almost feels like a download of some sort.
Yeah, I've felt one of those before. So it's Now, again, I was in more of a meditative state, but it was a lot of body twinges, twitching. I could tell you that I saw a spider web the entire time it was happening.
Spider webs.
Yeah, and there was
Did
a
you?
lady that I'd met that was kind of guiding me through some shit, but a lot of twinges and like involuntary movements of the body, and you know, a lot of stillness. But it was crazy. It was a crazy experience to feel. And again, I'm just saying, feel. It may have not been, but it felt like what I would call a download. The body was receiving, and it was making movements based on what it was receiving. And after I got up from that experience, it definitely felt like there was a update to me.
Interesting. When I've heard like people talk about that, when you feel like a spider's web on your face, it's something tuning into you.
Yeah, this didn't go away for months, the spiderweb thing. And then once I started whooping ass instead of just getting my ass whooped, that's when that went away. Because that's when then the entities started showing themselves as, you know, these beings instead of animals or spiderweb or nothing at all, and just being like, ooh, I'm a creepy ghost. Look at your light flicker on and off. It went from that to being like, okay, now we're going to give you some shit to look at. And I had plenty to look at. Whooped all their asses.
Yes.
I would say the most intense of all of them that I experienced was a Hecate. And I did not know that that was a name or what it was until after the event. Same thing with the Braxes. Like, these entities that I encountered come from somewhere, but didn't come from my knowing of them. Each of them I had to research afterwards with like keywords and be like, what the hell is this? And backtrack through it. All still puppets, but it gave me new shit to look at. That wasn't mine.
Yeah, I like that shit. That's why I keep telling them, like, just come for me, you know? I don't mind the fuckery. I'll fight back at any time.
See, I did. I'll go ahead and say it. I was very weak-minded going into this. I was very cookie cutter, you know. I just trying to. I was a good dad. I was a good husband. Busted my ass, made money, worked my ass off, But you know, I had a lot of fears. I had a lot of things that bothered me. I had no belief system, which was good at the time. But it's bad because it had plenty to work off of because I had none. So everything was like, oh shit, there is a God. So, you know, I think a lot of the violence and viciousness for me up front, the first 8 to 10 months, was really because I was so soft and weak-minded, but also I was not supposed to make it to this point. I was supposed to go out this time last year. It's like January of last year when the event happened where I tried to take my own life, but it was forcing me to, right? It was a co-pilot in the body that night. And yeah, that's the mission I was going out on. And the guy that owned the home was a 33rd degree Freemason, and he would have walked out with millions of dollars. Instead, he's broke as hell now and trying to figure it out. That's my one fuck you that I win, because I was definitely not supposed to make it through that night.
Yeah, that was a crazy story. First time when I heard that.
Yeah, and it would have gave me, dude, it could have gave me aliens or Jesus, any of it at that moment, and I would have ran with it, crossing over. Whatever it would have gave me, I would have just.
Of course, when you're
On
in that
me.
state, it'll show itself more.
Yep. And I know, so what I think is that the smoking gun for it in that moment was I didn't know what happened at my home. I thought I knew what happened, and I thought I knew what was going to take place. That would have been the first thing I'm shown out of here is, look what you did. Look what you did to the ones you love. That's what you did. Dude, it was a perfect trap. Just, they didn't realize that I was the wrong motherfucking one. Now it knows. Holy shit, that's crazy. That is crazy when you put it in the perspective of like it. Like I had people close to me that would never buy into anything we talk about. When I laid that story out and what would have happened if I did it, what would have happened if I didn't do it, all of it, they were like, that's either the largest coincidence that I've ever seen or everything you say is true. Right. Right.
Sounds unbelievable to them, you know.
Uh-huh. Shit. Even ones that I would deem real say
Yeah,
it's unbelievable. Like that was a big thing for me for a while. Like, and I didn't speak on it, and I've spoke to Christina recently. Like, I don't tell everything. I still got a laundry list of things I could go through about what all's transpired and how I dealt with it. But Nick probably knows most all of them. Christina's starting to learn them because it kept me quiet for so long. Like it did a lot of things to hurt my family anytime I would speak up on it. And still now, it's not that there's a fear or anything of speaking on it. It's that it's mine. And if I see someone that I can share it with and there's an opportunity that it aids them, that I'm going to do it. But you won't see me sitting on a live every night spewing the same shit because it comes with baggage and the system loves the baggage. It's going to use it against you. It's going to make you feel shit about yourself you don't want to feel. And that was the loop that I was getting caught in over and over again. So like sharing with you guys, I hadn't shared since we did the videos on Nick's Live, me and that other person that used to be here.
It's good hearing from you again.
Yeah.
I've noticed back then when you were like, you're like talking about the dream fucker, and I was like, what are you talking about? Like, I didn't really get it. And then the same night, I had the same fucker happen to me. Like when you said with the dream of almost like the radio, like the TV station, like switching and over and over and over. And I was like, yeah, I just experienced the same exact shit.
Yeah. And it happens to so many.
Yeah.
You know, because they tons of people could hear it and be like, that ain't shit. And stuff be happening to them that they don't pay attention to, or they write it off as, oh, well, it was some random thing I thought of. Well, no. No. Look at how it's changed your perspective on something. How it guides you into your next day. Like, especially dreams, man. Like, some of those dreams ruin 2 to 3 days of my time because I couldn't let go of it, or you know, I felt like I was drugged in it. It's just real weird how every day is the same, and Groundhog's Day really is that way, and it becomes repetitive. But there are instances just like this last month that some days are extremely hard and are extremely filled with insertions. Other days, not so much. It's fuckery every day, though. It is fuckery every day.
I felt those hard 3 years ago. I'd have like random thought insertions of weird shit when trying to go to sleep, and all of it stopped really like this. I'd say like, I don't know, like the last fucking year or so, I don't know. But I'm glad I haven't been bothered, but I'm ready, you know, I don't give a fuck. You come at me, do shit. You know, I don't care, like, you guys say, oh, you don't want that to happen to you, but I don't care, like, do whatever the fuck you want. Because you won't anyways.
Yeah, when you're ready, it won't do it. It's right before you're ready. It's when I've noticed, like, that's when it really wants people to. We're talking about that earlier, the trend in people like taking themselves out, and I'm wondering, are these a bunch of individuals that were close to being ready to face it and tear it apart? So it laid the sauce on thick like it did with so many of us before we were ready. And ever since then, it's like it'll make life harder, but it doesn't push to the point where it's like, okay, well, it makes sense to just not fucking be here anymore. It doesn't do that anymore, but it did that, I think, to a lot of us
in the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I'm in a much worse spot right now, and yet I don't feel like, oh, I have to leave tomorrow or in a week or whatever. I just don't care. You know, it's like it let off. It's like, oh shit, he crossed that threshold he should have never crossed, and now we don't know what the fuck to do with him. And I realize
Yeah.
none of
Just
those
stall
thoughts
it
are
out.
mine.
Stall it out. That's all you can do is stall.
Stall,
Yeah.
baby, stall.
Really is about stalling now, and it's that one female, talking about Robert Monroe and shit. She was talking about like how she's gonna take herself out, and she may have done it. I don't know. Like I almost believe like I could tell she had like self-doubt even, and she I think she took her life with someone else, but I'm not sure if she really did. One of her family members. I hope
I
she
was
didn't.
I was watching about Heaven's Gate last night or 2 nights ago. I didn't really know. I mean, I remember it as a kid. I was old enough to remember it, but I didn't really remember the con behind it. And yeah, same shit. Prison Planet. They were getting out of here, going to the next level. It was all the same stuff. But he also got 36 people to unalive themselves and
Damn,
cut their wieners off and stuff. There's all kinds of shit this guy was having them do.
that's a death cult there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I just think these people make a big mistake, like leaving desperation and immediately wanting to create like the perfect reality because they didn't get it here. That's it. That's an issue because think about it, like they're just creating shit within the cube.
Another thing that I think I want to mention about her video is she was really very much had a obsession. I mean, I think I counted like 6 or 7 times where she brought up Monroe's afterlife theory, and how great it is. But my sense is that even if we leave, okay, so say you leave and you get out and you actually exit this illusion containment, whatever. If my sense is correct, I don't think where we come from is going to operate the exact same way until this is done. I don't think the energy flows the same way there. If everything is fractured and so many sparks are in here, even if it's only 500,000, it doesn't matter. Energy and the environment would not flow the same out there. So I think people's perspective is you leave and it's all just perfect, but I don't think it can be what it was until this is done.
Yeah, this is an error that needs to be corrected. I mean, it's sad. Like, I don't care what she does, but I know like the kind of spot she's in. I used to be the same. When was that? Like a year ago or so. When I almost that night, I literally planned on like freaking taking my exit backpack and heading to the woods and just taking myself out.
Drop it.
And I was lying to myself. I was like, yeah, these are my thoughts. And I was getting pissed at everyone else who tried to like tell me otherwise. And that's desperation. That's a very fucking bad thing. And luckily, I had like a phone call with my sister that night, and she kind of guilt tripped me. She told me, "Oh, look, I just got this done for like our mom. Like she worked for her somewhere. I don't know." And she's like, "I missed the bus. It's raining." And I was being guilt tripped, but actually, that's a good thing because it stopped me from like going on with that plan. So I didn't do it. And that's another thing. It just never feels right. Like I felt like I was being pushed. I was like, I don't want to fucking do it. I would still want to watch this video, do this and that. It's like something try to like push me, like, come on, just do it. It doesn't matter anyways. Fuck, man. Like thinking back, it's
do it before you gain sovereignty. Hurry,
yeah.
hurry. Try to run away. You need to run away. Run away before you become what we fear. That's all it's really fucking saying.
I mean,
But
that's why they tried to take me out in the Bahamas. I mean, that happened right at the pinnacle moment of me starting to wake up, and they tried to kill me off then. And to me, self exit is no different in a lot of ways. They try to take you out before critical moments where you're going to fuck shit up. I mean, I've seen it happen in my script so many times, but the biggest mirror to that is the drowning in the Bahamas, which I still don't have an explainable reason how I survived it, but it happened. I mean, mere months after I started questioning things, reality, and getting deeper into things is when the drowning occurred.
you almost drowned.
Yeah, I got caught in a riptide on a remote island in the Bahamas. Um, and I mean, I was so far out in the ocean that I couldn't see the beach anymore. It was like the harder that I was swimming, the further out I was getting, and I was screaming and freaking out. And then I flipped on my back after a few minutes and just kind of accepted that I was going to die that way. I was like, this is fine. It was just like a flip of a switch. And I was like, if this is how I'm going to go, this is how I'm going to go. And the moment that I did that, I blacked out and I have no memory of what happened. I just remember that when I came to, I was closer to the shore and I couldn't swim anymore, but I was able to grab rocks and pull myself to the shore. But between being so far out in the ocean and getting closer to shore, I have no memory. And rationally, I should have inhaled water if I blacked out, but I didn't. I mean, I survived. I have no explanation other than my actual self saying this isn't how this is going to go because there's no
Yeah.
actual good explanation for how I survived it, but I did.
But why did you swim out so far?
I didn't. I stepped in the water and I was only like shin deep and I kind of sat down a little bit. The water was so clear, it was so pretty, and it was an unexplainable occurrence is what I'm trying to say. Like there's no reason for one why I should have been pulled out into the ocean because I wasn't even that far in. And then by the time I realized what was happening, it didn't matter. It was like it was so system engineered. Like the harder I tried to swim towards the beach, it was pulling me out to the ocean quicker than I could compensate. There was literally like nothing I could do. So it felt like that was supposed to be the end of my script. Um, like I started deeper. I've always kind of thought everything was bullshit, but I started questioning things deeper in September of that year, and the drowning was in December. But I mean, I was just in the water. I was just traveling and doing my thing, and yeah, there's really no reason. I mean, you could say it was a riptide, and it probably was, but the way that it happened was so unexplainable. It just doesn't really make any sense.
I see. Yeah, we probably all had those. And we probably don't remember that's the thing. But I'm sure we've all had moments where we should have died. Like, for example, when I was driving once and I was almost like in a dream state in my mind. And I was like, if I didn't catch that steering wheel, I would have crashed in like a pole, probably died or something. But I could feel like something else was steering me. Like the true essence. And the other thing that tries to get you into like those hypnotic states of like daydreaming, it is the thing that try to like kill you or whatever it's doing. And your true self intervenes. It tries to avoid that. Exact same thing you said.
I mean, it would make sense that your essence would step in kind of automatically if your departure from the avatar in that moment would lead to another incarceration and another script.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me, like I'm
And it's
not
more
clinging to
powerful.
this place, but I'm also I'm not trying to be too hasty and not have all of my tools in my tool belt to deal with it when the time comes.
I don't even know if I can't say for sure I would have just been reincarnated. I think the biggest point was realizing that there's intent in me being here, not just I was trapped and coerced. And that goes into our conversation in the group. I think that my essence had intent coming here and they were trying to hijack that by taking me out before I could get to that point. And I think that's the biggest realization that I had was that there was intent. They were trying to cut that intent off when they saw the potential of like, okay, she's starting to wake up. You know, this is the potential of where this is going. Let's take care of this now before it gets too far. That's how it reads to me. And then of course, you know, if what we are is standing tall in free will, autonomy, intent, all those things, my essence would step in and say, no, this is what my intent is, and we're going to finish out what the intent is. We're not gonna allow the system to take me out before I finish what my intent was actually truly going to mean, right? Like if they would have taken me out then, I couldn't have done what I've done thus far in the last year and a half or so. So I don't know. That's my take on it, but I have no memory. I've tried so hard to sit and write because it just doesn't. The only reason I should have blacked out is because I took in water, but I blacked out when I was completely aware floating on my back. There's really no reason I should have blacked out in that moment. So I don't
There,
know.
there's a similar
Unexplainable, but
story to that, Christina, with some guy who he had an NDE, so he was drowning as well, and he said some really tall, good-looking surfer kind of guy appeared out of nowhere and saved him from like drowning. He actually pulled him back to the beach or whatever, and it just disappeared. And I'm not sure if he said it was his brother or something, like a deceased one. I don't know, but this guy, said it was some weird NDE I've heard once.
I like that, Christine. I like your explanation, by the way. That was elegant.
I remember, like, as a child, I think, dude, I'm not sure what the fuck that was, but my mom would tell me, like, kids can't die, and I'll believe it, because, like, a kid will believe anything. You're still, like, fresh. And I would have, like, the thoughts of, yeah, let's jump from the balcony, because kids can't die anyways, right? And I was probably gonna do it, but there was almost like a firewall, probably the true essence, preventing you from doing it. But there's also like other stupid things like sticking like scissors in the outlet, like stupid shit, that could have killed you at any time. It's almost there was all like there's like protection every time I did something dumb.
I choked on a fucking dry ass Danish once when I was 8. That was the dumbest time. You know those dry ass Danishes you get from the store in those, like just like the long plastic containers. I shoved like a bunch of that in my mouth when I was 8, and I literally was choking to death. I was by myself, and I couldn't breathe or anything, and I made it through it on my own. But I was like, damn, that was a close call. But that'd be crazy if I died choking on a fucking Danish from the grocery store.
Yeah, my friend's father choked on he was drunk, and he came back home, and he was hungry, I guess, and he was eating pickles, and he choked on the fucking pickle and died. Yeah, I don't know, it's pretty pathetic, this realm. Imagine living decades and decades and just to like choke on a pickle and get taken out. But that's like all of that shit just shows me there's an intent that why we came here. Like quite obviously, there's an intent. And we must have seen, from the outside that this shit is going on and it's not okay, and we came here. And just by being here, somehow we increase the pressure in this place. Like that's how it feels like. And it feels like it's gonna pop. And this place knows that. And that's why I tried all those things on us. You know, try to like make us take ourselves out. And it didn't work. And now it's just stalling. Because it doesn't know what to do anymore. It's like this place is so fucking arrogant. It just did all this shit without having like a plan B when people come to this awareness.
But that's the arrogance of control, is you always have to project that you have it all under control. You can't ever admit that you don't. That's kind of their whole error, is to admit it would create a ripple, I think, that they don't want to
I
deal
agree.
with. So, I mean,
That's why I think it will never come down to us. Be like, yo, guys, here is 100 million, but just go back to sleep. It'll never do that because then it would have to admit error, you know, and then we're stronger than it and whatever. It would never bow down to us. That's the thing, no matter what. But I always say, like, I'll show you what real arrogance is when you meet me.
I mean, it's kind of hard not to be a little full of yourself when you meet these entities and realize how truly powerless they are when they're in your awareness. They can only pull strings and stuff from behind the curtain. As soon as the curtain is gone and you see them, everything they do is like, you know, someone trying to throw a single snowflake at you. Like it melts in their hand before they can even throw it. It doesn't, it doesn't do anything. It's literally nothing.
Yeah, dude.
Not even a drop of water.
That's like pulling the curtains from like the shower off, you know, like, here you are, you pathetic entity. Yeah, but I mean, this shit's fucking torture every day, really. Just the boredom, bro. Like,
What do you mean? You're not having fun?
you see everyone around you having fun, but not really. I mean, everyone really hates this life. But still, like, you see people having money and shit. Like, people be revving their cars here at like the weekends. I'm like, yeah, these fuckers have money to just rent them out. And for me, like, the mockery is even more like, I live next to an airport, and all like the major billionaires, like even like the Capri Sun stuff. Yeah, that guy lands right next to my airport. Like all these multi-billionaires. It's like a major airport here, and I mean some of them live here, right next to me. Like mansions that are empty and shit. And it's just so much mockery about like money and stuff. I've noticed that, especially around here. With Joseph, I had an interesting experience. Remember that one time I sent into the group, it was like a 6-minute long voice message, and I was basically describing how I went into a deep meditative like sleep state, and I just found myself in my old apartment, and it was very static. The reality, it felt just like this, but it was the year 2086, and it was really hard to get that information. It was just my brother in front of me and like my mom to my left. It was really hard to get the information out of her. Like she was really hesitant to give me, like what month it is, what year. And I was pretty shocked when she told me, it's 2086. And then I was finding like weird pictures on my phone. I pulled up my phone and I found like 50 weird freaking pictures of whatever that was. And I sent it to the group, And long story short, like I don't want to like finish the whole dream, but basically when I was being teleported back, it felt like the environment was being taken out, almost like a radio station switching. And Joseph told me when was that, like week ago or so? He said he could have sworn like one day he woke up and he saw me. He saw like me in the group that I sent a bunch of photos, and they were deleted or they didn't load or something. And I was like, yo, that is strange because while I was in that place, in that static reality, I was sending 50 photos and I actually deleted them because somehow 1,000 appeared on my phone. I was like, let me send those 1,000 instead. So that place made me delete it. And this freaked me and Joseph out, like, because I don't know if we're both tripping or if there's something to it.
It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I try that every time. And when, like, if I might, even like if I'm not aware in that dream, I always pull up my phone, film, and try to send shit to this group. Every fucking time I can, I'll do it. And even like yesterday, I was doing the same shit. I was sending in this group. I pull it up, and I even saw like I was like hoping, come on, send, before I get put into like the next illusion. And I literally saw it arrive in the group, like a video that I sent to you guys. And I took a video in the dream, like, look guys, I'm in a dream and shit. The video was really weird. But yeah, of course, it never passed this bandwidth because there's a firewall. But it'll be interesting.
It'd be interesting to see the firewalls come down,
Dude, that would be like the most illegal shit ever. Like, I don't even know what would happen if someone was to. I mean, we're literally talking about sending videos, photos from one bandwidth into this one. Otherworldly shit. This place would never allow that. It will just delete it, I guess. Because I've noticed in that dream, it was funny because the first time I sent the video in the group, it was actually deleted by itself. But then when I sent it to like Joseph and Gabe, it would actually arrive.
That is pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not going to be the one in charge forever.
No, but
What
it'll
it does and doesn't wanna
be
allow.
so cool if that was actually possible. If there was no stupid firewall, I'll just be sending you guys the weirdest fucking shit. And I wish you could have saw it because I don't even know what I saw there. It was really bizarre. That's the only way I can explain it. And I think if you looked at those photos, you'll probably be in some hallucination. Because it was nothing from this place.
I wonder if it wasn't just some AI slop.
I really don't know.
Like maybe in another bandwidth, everything here looks like AI slop.
Yeah, this.
Like, fuck, that's what your guys' avatars look like there. That's fucking weird.
This reality is no different to me than like those Sora AI videos. It's just that this is a bit more polished. Let's say like that. But even then, it's not perfect. I mean, look at the nervous system. That one meme I sent, there's almost like some truth to it. Or is the nervous system just a bunch of cables spaghetti, right? Why isn't it like properly managed?
Oh, that's a good meme, dude. I might use that as a thumbnail.
Yeah, dude, that one is. But it's so true though. Like, what speaks against having this look properly managed, right? It's like the fucking thing that designed the body was like, yeah, throw a nerf here, throw a nerf here, just to like get the max amount of like pain extraction and shit. And not only that, like the nervous system more complex, they use that, to induce fear and whatnot.
Well, I I gotta go do something. I'll tell you guys about it in the group. But I just had something that I gotta go and
Did you
do.
send the bird thingy we were talking about?
No, I'm going to find out a little bit later. I just had another life event occur, a minor one, but I gotta go
Oh,
tend
no
to this
deaths.
life event. I got a life event I gotta tend to. Yeah, I just had a phone call, and I'll tell you guys about it. I'll let you know. It's not that big a deal.
Sure.
But I do want to thank you guys.
Sure thing, brother.
Yeah.
Christina, Mel, Big Daddy, appreciate you guys. Everybody in the chat. Much love and gratitude to the real ones, and scorn for the damn bots that propagate this system of harvest and undue misery. It's okay. Everybody gets theirs in the end. You can be sure of that. Some of us are here to make sure that that is the case. But, yeah, I'm not really cutting it short because I was going to go like an hour and a half ago. Life events, man. Life events. We'll be doing more lives, though. If you'd like to be a guest on the show, send an email in the description on the YouTube, and we'll make it happen. All right. I mean, it's in the name. Disobey. Disobey the external. Only listen to your authentic self. Only take guidance and direction from yourself. Everything else doesn't matter.